I was hanging with you and then I realized I didn't think it was true. I was surprised when I found out I'd fallen for you. I didn't want to believe my feelings for you. I didn't want to believe that I could lose you if I told you just how I felt. But I can't help it, I'm falling for you, and I can't quit it, 'cause I'm stuck on you. And it might be pathetic and you might be skeptical, but I just want to be with you. Please tell me, boy, can you get a clue or come through, 'cause I just want to be with you. I'm scared of telling you how I feel. Maybe it's better if I just try to conceal the truth for me and for you, but I'm still stuck on you. Ooh, ooh. I'm still falling for you, for you.
Recording in progress.
Oh, your energy levels are we'll check
For being free to But even their cheese is very sweet. Everything over there is so sweet. I remember I was there and we were having a smoothie and I have to say egg sugar and like all it is sugar and then you'd see them pour and like granulated sugar in on top of like a load of mango and everything. It's horrible. Oh yeah. I think it's crystal. Did you say?
It is in a few minutes for you.
Maybe there are any questions before we go? Robin?
Yes. Down, no,
All clear, okay. Like, let's- Yeah, right now, we will have to steps from pre-planning information ability, the rest of the group will. And no, yes, we're waiting for Felix from HangZhou YuShu. Yes, I hope I said as well, but it's also unique as their commercial name. Waiting for them, they will join in a second. Right now, they're calling in from China. Two startups from China today in the morning.
Stage 31 will be the nighttime. Nighttime over there.
We had some extreme cases. I think they will finish the day with the Japanese team, which for them will be very early morning. Yeah. The questions also remember that this is the machine that is gathering the votes, especially I guess for us. Talk a little bit louder once you have questions so that everything arrives. It should be fine.
Isn't it camera as well? Like
Yes, yes. The 360, so they see all about. You can hello, hi Felix.
Yes. Is that now or later?
Great to
Hello?
have you on each event of free electrons. We are very happy to see you and look get to know your solution better. We are a full group here, and from our side, I see you're starting sharing your screen. Felix, we will
Yes.
be counting for your presentation, and we will move to questions later on. Okay? You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, I can start now.
Yes.
Okay, good to see you all. Today I'm excited to introduce Unitary quadruped robot intelligent inspection solution. And innovative technology that is said to revolutionize traditional inspection methods. Firstly, let me introduce Unitary. We are a company dedicated to research and development of robotic technologies, headquartered in HangZhou, China. We have successfully implemented our solutions in various industries, including power stations, petrochemicals, and security. And we have forged partnerships with top global enterprise and famous universities like Google, Samsung, MIT, Stanford, and Cambridge. Now, let's talk about the quadruped robot intelligent inspection solution. In recent years, quadruped robots have become the mainstream choice for inspection tasks. The reason is straightforward. They can navigate any complex terrain, whether it's stairs, slopes, rugged mud paths, or narrow passages. This robot can handle them easily. This makes them exceptionally well suited for challenging environments. such as substations and the power plants and the petrochemical facilities. For example, in I will introduce to you in 222 kilowatt substations in Mongolia. Our robot can autonomously climb stairs and cross obstacles to complete comprehensive inspection tasks. In a thermal power plant in Hebei province in China, it can enter boiler rooms to monitor the status of equipment. These tasks are nearly as impossible for wheeled or tracked robots, but quadruped robot can accomplish them effortlessly. So how does this solution work? YuShu robot is equipped with advanced sensors. You can see this picture. It can autonomously navigate using a 3D LiDAR system, inspect equipment conditions with a dual light PTZ camera, and identify fault using AI-based image recognition technology. Additionally, the robot can detect gas leaks with an acoustic imager, like this picture shows, and also can monitor equipment temperature. And this camera can take this. And all this data is transmitted in real time to our intelligent management platform. You can see this platform, which analyzes the information, issues warnings, and provide decision-making support. In terms of hardware performance, our robot has a payload capacity of 40 kilo. The weight of this robot about 65 kilo. And this robot can operate about 4 or 6 hours on a single charge. It is designed to work reliably in environments ranging from -20 to 55. The robot also features strong climbing and obstacle crossing capabilities, making it adaptable to a wide range of complex environments. Looking ahead, the YuShu will continue to optimize the intelligence level of our robots, expand application scenarios, and provide even more comprehensive solutions for our clients if customers have any project needs. We will dispatch professional personnel to conduct on-site environmental analysis and offer full service support, including the deployment of base stations and charging stations, as well as operation and maintenance training. Finally, I want to emphasize that this solution not only improves inspection efficiency and reduces labor costs, but also ensures the safety of equipment and the personnel in complex environments. It has become the preferred solution for model industrial inspections. Thanks for your attention. If you have any question, please feel free to reach out to me.
Very good, Felix. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will move to questions right now from our audience here.
Thank you, Felix, for joining us. Probably after your dinner time. My name is Ivan from CLP. I have a few questions for you. First one will be, how long does it take to charge the robot's battery, and what is its operation range?
Very good question. The battery of this robotic dog about 3 hours to fully charge and can use about 5 hours or 6 hours. This robot also can sit to automatically return to the charging room to recharge when the battery levels stop below a certain value. Okay, that's the question. Answer.
Second question is, how does Unity robot handle extreme weather conditions?
The Unity robot operates reliably in temperatures from -20 to 55 centimeters and is waterproof and also dustproof. So the Unity robot can suitable for heavy rain and snow and variable terrains. Okay.
How does your AI system detect equipment faults?
The AI compares real-time images with historical data and fault patterns to identify normal faults like abnormal readings or weird signs. Okay, do you have another question?
Final one. What is your view on the development of robot in inspection application? Can you share more?
Okay, good question. For this question, I think quadruped robots are rapidly becoming the future of inspection. The ability to navigate complex terrains, adapt to various environments, and perform tasks autonomously makes them highly valuable. As technology advances, we will see increased intelligence, longer endurance, and more versatile applications. They will continue to enhance efficiency, reduce costs, and improve safety across industries. Okay, that's my answer.
And
We have 1 more minute.
I have a question here. Mr. Chan, Sajid from Zero. I just would like to understand what happens if the battery went dead. You charge it, you replace it on the spot, or is there a charging platform? Like, what happens?
Like I said before, if the battery have a low battery, we can let this robot go back to the charging room. We can set a level to let this dog autonomously go back to the charging room. And we also can quick change another battery to replace the low battery.
Okay, we have 1 more, but the time is.
Just a very quick one, Synergi from Eon. So do I understand it right? You basically offer the robotic platform, the sensors, and also the software piece. Here it would be interesting to hear a bit more about the different use cases you already can cover with your software, if you can cover.
Hello, sorry, I can't to listen what you say. Can you repeat it again?
Felix, we had a question about the full offering that you offer and also some use cases, but we will take this question, let's say outside. We ran out of time, okay? So we will get back to you with this question in a written form. Don't worry. And time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
It was great to have you. Have a good rest of the day and the week. Thank you.
You can exit by clicking the bottom right button that says leave room, Felix.
Okay, thank you.
We can send already the next presenter. We are waiting for Shandong high-end intelligent technology. And I believe so joining us is YuShu from China as well. We have a let's say always tight schedule. So if there are any questions, we will get them, okay, especially if they're where to let's try to fix it, okay?
So any extra questions you might have, please write them on the Excel that you have on your page,
Next to the
and we'll forward it to Sarah.
hello. Hi, Gal.
Hello, hi.
Very good. Will it be you to present today?
Okay.
Hey, great to have you. Welcome. We are all here in the room all together, all 7 utilities. Looking forward to meet you. So whenever you are ready, please share your screen and you can start the presentation. You have 6 minutes. There will be a clock counting, okay? For you to see as well. Yes, we can see it well.
Okay. I will begin. Hello everyone, I'm Gao from Shandong High-End. Shandong High-End focuses on the research and development, manufacturing and promotion of power robots and has obtained multiple honors and patents. Our company founder has established friendly cooperation with China Light and Power Group and Hydro-Quebec. Today we will introduce our products. First is Insulate Inspect Robot. In 2023, we took the lead in breaking through the technology bottleneck and successfully developed an Insulate live inspection robot. We obtained a 1,000 kilowatt live inspection test report from the Wuhan High Voltage Research Institute of the China Electric Power Research Institute. It is currently the only robot that has passed the 1,000 kilowatt live test. In 2024, we developed a dual-mounted insulator inspector robot, further improving the efficiency of insulator inspection. Our robot is mainly used for insulator resistance measurement, distributed voltage detection, and insulator appearance defect inspection. It has a wide range of applicable voltage levels. It can be inspected under both power outage and live working conditions. This robot can be mounted by drones with a total weight of only 4 kilograms. The robot control terminal can monitor the robot in real time, view real-time videos, record inspection data, and form a complete insulator status database. The robot adopts a track-type working mechanism, which does not damage the surface of the insulator. The robot detects a resistance range of 0 to 10,000 megohms with an inspection error of less than 1%. It only takes 6 seconds to inspect one insulator. Taking a 500 kilovolt voltage level transmission line as an example, it only takes 6 minutes to inspect a tension double insulator string. At present, the robot has been applied in multiple provinces and cities in China. Here are on-site photos. Next is our transmission line prevent icing robot. During the maintenance of transmission lines, the robot evenly sprays our self-produced anti-icing material onto the transmission line, forming a layer of micro-nano structured film with a thickness of about 0.2 millimeters on the surface of the line, effectively preventing the line from freezing.
Anti-icing material have characteristics such as superhydrophobicity, self-cleaning, and anti-condensation. It doesn't affect the heat dissipation of transmission lines. No corrosion, isolates air and pollution, reduces transmission line energy consumption, and extends the service life of power lines. From the picture, it can be seen that the anti-icing effect is significant. Our robot has many advantages. Working environment. Construction can be carried out under power outage and live working conditions. Real-time monitoring. The wireless image transmission function can display real-time images and monitor the spraying effect of anti-icing materials. Long effective time. Spraying once, no need to spraying within 3 years. Safety, no need for manual tower climbing. This robot has been applied in multiple regions of China and has received praise from users. Next is our UAV carrying tower climbing fall protection device. During the maintenance of transmission lines, manual tower climbing is required. Traditional anti-fall protection device has disadvantages such as complex operation, high physical consumption, and high cost. Our company's device has high installation efficiency and good safety performance. When in use, the mount is stored under the drawer. Carry an anti-fall hook to install it on the tower crossbar. During the process of climbing the tower, the self-locking device always slides along the safety rope to achieve the purpose of anti-fall protection. The application of our device is very extensive, making great contributions to ensuring the safety of operators. Finally, let me talk about our company's plans and expectations. We currently have products under development. We look forward to meeting everyone in the near future. We hope to cooperate with utilities, not only to provide us with more opportunities for communication and learning, but also to inject new ideas and vitality into utilities, achieving win-win cooperation. In the future, we will provide more comprehensive, intelligent solutions for the power industry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We are ready for questions.
Let's go for the presentation. My name is Ivan from CLP.
Ivan, speak up.
So first question is, can you elaborate more on the operation principle of your insulator inspect robot?
Sorry.
Can you elaborate more on the operation principle of the first robot, insulator inspect robot? You hear?
Oh, okay. I hear. Sorry. After the inspection probe of the insulator inspect robot comes into contact with the metal parts at both ends of an insulator, it applies direct current, high voltage to the inspected insulator, collects the current flowing through the insulator, and calculates the insulation resistance of the inspected insulator based on the applied direct current, high voltage, and collected current, combined with the volt-ampere method. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question is, how do this robot tackle the insulation problem? Will it cause short circuit? Can you hear?
Okay. Sorry. All exposed parts of the robot casing, including screws, gaskets, and other components, are made of insulating materials. After verification with a high voltage of 1000 kilowatt, the insulator pads will not discharge the robot at this voltage level, and there will be no arc discharge interface. The internal resistance of the robot inspection probe is 800 megops, and the insulator pieces will not be short circuited during the robot inspection process.
Okay, next question will be about your de-icing robot. So can you tell us more about, like, after coating, like, what will be the performance of the icing? For this, still may have some icing issue after your coating.
Okay. Sorry.
Do you want to repeat the question?
Can you explain more about the coating capability, the coating function?
你不是防腐冰的那个效果吗？
对。It will make our transmission lines more difficult for the line to freeze. Under the protection of the material, even if the line freezes, it will be very loose, and the ice layer may not be very thick. It can be easily peeled off with slight shaking. Okay.
Seconds, yes.
Yeah, I'm Sylvain from Hydro-Quebec. Tell me the inspection data, where does it go? Does it go like to a local on-prem data recorder? So how do you handle the inspection data?
Wait.
该绝缘子，我估计是绝缘子数据。
Question, like Gal, due to that our time is up. Gal, are you with us? Due to the fact that the time is up, we are going to take this question in a written form, okay? So we will send it to you, make sure that we answer everything. Time is up. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was great to have you.
Thank you.
And we have some more questions, so we will get questions. We have them as well in the chat from EDP team. And I believe we already have next. Right now, let's get ready for our third start of this day. Multi-nanosense technologies. We are waiting for Shasha, I believe. Shashank, great
Hello.
to see you again.
Yes, hi. Great to see all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, we can see and hear you very well. We are all
Wonderful.
here, about 30 of us in the room. Looking forward to get to know your solution better. So whenever you are ready, please share your screen. We will be counting 6 minutes for your presentation.
Perfect. Is my screen visible?
Yes, very well. You can start.
Wonderful. Can I get started?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, hello everyone. We at Multi-Nanosense, we manufacture gas sensors and various other sensors to make these sensing really cost effective and scalable to millions. And I will just jump right into the solutions that I have brought for all of you today. We are having 5 specific dedicated solutions. One is a safety solution for hydrogen cooled turbo generators for the power generation. We got transformer health monitoring for the generation, distribution, as well as transmission. SF6 leak detection for the gas insulated switchgear across the entire utility chain, and also conductor hotspot detection for the bus bars, and a battery room and battery energy storage system safety from a hydrogen gas accumulation standpoint. I will take you through each of these use cases. So the plant-wide hydrogen cooled turbo generator, this is a hydrogen safety use case wherein we have hydrogen area monitors, we have precision hydrogen leak detection devices, and the overall impacts here are safety, financial saving by improving the efficiency of generation by plugging all possible leaks, and improving the power generation efficiency itself, and avoiding catastrophic human loss in case of a hydrogen explosion. Our sensors are selective to hydrogen, no cross sensitivity. They are fastest in the world. Absolutely no damage on saturation, even if overexposed, and the widest operating range, coming at the smallest and the lightest form factor with an intrinsic safety certification as well. The next product is a smart transformer monitoring device. This is like a first line of defense from a violent transformer explosion by looking at the hydrogen outgassing, which is a common phenomena across all kinds of incipient faults. So these are for oil-cooled transformers. This is agnostic, GSU, transmission, traction, distribution, all sorts of transformers. You can find the faults, reduce your cycle time, cost of repair, as well as plan your outages depending upon how the transformer is performing. A really simple integration at the gas breather outlet near the silica gel section. Why use us? So this is a gas phase hydrogen sensing. We can start sensing from 100 parts per million, go up to 20% volume, and very simple design, 10 to 20 times lower the price of a standard Qualitrol, Siemens, or an H2 scan product. And this is very selective to hydrogen. We can respond in less than 1 second. The other one is monitoring SF6 gas leakages from any and all sorts of joints in a switchgear. And this again comes in a CMOS MEMS semiconductor device, which is really low power consuming, battery operated, and wireless, which can be deployed across every joint with a joint ID, so that you can monitor your entire fleet across your countries and continents and know exactly which joint is leaking, so that people can go and directly address that. So saves a lot of manpower, time, and cost, and you would know exactly when a joint starts leaking. We can respond in 100 milliseconds. The smallest sensor, IoT enabled, very, very low cost and highly scalable from a utilities perspective. The last item, or the second last rather, is monitoring the temperature and hotspots on bus bars. This again is a universal use case, can be deployed on any kind of bus bar and connectors and disconnectors across the grid. And this will also give you exact ID of the bus bar or the asset that you're looking at. This is a replacement for very costly thermal imaging cameras that are being deployed today. And these are again wireless and can be deployed at scale in a very, very low power form factor and battery operated. The last use case is monitoring hydrogen accumulation in battery rooms. And this is again a safety compliance use case where you protect human life and assets, as well as ensure that your battery room is safe, and you can automate a lot of use case like turning on the exhaust, shutting off the battery charging, and protecting the device and protecting your battery room. Very quickly, our timeline to deployment, the two solutions, the hydrogen cooled turbo generator and the battery room safety, we can deploy immediately. I've defined a pilot, a plan scale as well, and the utility support that we would require, and also a tentative budget. So I can take this in the Q&A if you have any specific questions for any specific use cases. We've been in the industry for almost like 3-4 years now. We have several solid partnerships and engagements. We got more than 100 customers. We've started exporting to the Europe and the USA very recently, and Australia as well, in a few hydrogen exploration use cases. This is our team, and any questions, I'm happy to take. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Let's move to questions. We have extra 30 seconds.
Fantastic. Hi, Shashank Suchi here from Origin. Thank you very much for the presentation and congratulations on making it through to the top 60. Just to start with, one of the first questions was just around how the sensor technology compares to manual oil sampling. Just if you can give us a little bit of detail around that comparison.
Yes, the manual oil sampling, you are looking at almost 9 fault gases. This is a slightly different approach we have. We are looking only at the rate of generation of hydrogen and in the gas phase. So 93% of the hydrogen is not soluble in the oil, and you would find it going through the buckholes into the conservator tank and then out from the breather vent. So we built a solution where you just look at hydrogen, look at the rate of generation of hydrogen, and be able to predict the kind of incipient fault that is happening within the transformer. While I say that, we are also working simultaneously on our CMOS MEMS based technology, which is in the early infancy stage right now, wherein we would have a micro gas chromatograph developed on it, which would be able to take in oil samples at a micro level, micro injection level, and be able to time separate the gases, and you'd be able to do a gas chromatography right at the device, right at the transformer on a 24/7 basis, which would also be costing almost a 50x lower than what Qualitrol does today. So our first approach is look at hydrogen, make sense using hydrogen itself. That itself is a very strong indicator. And this can be deployed across the entire fleet, right down to the distribution transformers in a very cost-effective manner. So that's how we are looking at it. This is the first line of defense.
Okay, fantastic. The next question was really around the business model and how long-term you're planning to think about the business in terms of hardware sale, the data subscription potentially, and the O&M kind of support as you roll out into different geographies. Could you talk us through that a little bit?
Yes, I'll answer that. So right now we are keeping it really simple. We want to have more and more number of deployments to get to a critical mass where we will then transition over to a OpEx model or a subscription model. We are also working, at least in India, where we are here, we are working with a entity called Power Finance Corporation, who actually finances the distribution companies to buy the assets and then turn it into an EMI sort of a schedule where you get a financing option along with it. So those are some of the options we are working on to make this viable economically also. And any which way, we are slashing the base price of the product down by making it really, really simple to deploy. So right now it is a pure play buy and sell model. But very soon we would transition onto a subscription based information delivery model, essentially. And scaling to different geographies, we would be working with channel partners. We would not be starting subsidiaries in various countries right off the bat, but that would be something we would probably do like maybe 18 to 24 months down the line.
Okay. And just on the data handling piece, so from the sensor, it's going into the on-site control and it's getting shared with the operators. Can you talk a bit about how that's managed, or does it have to come back to your cloud somewhere?
So right now, these are pretty standard RS485 Modbus based communications or a 420 milliamp loop powered signal. So this can directly go into the station SCADA that is there on the ground and be interfaced with one of the PLC or the SCADA IO lines. So it's pretty straightforward integration today. So not much of hassle in terms of data protection, data privacy. Basically, we cut out all those friction points to start off with, get our solution in, and then work with the utility to build a data-based model which suits their requirements, local laws, as well as the data privacy laws.
Yeah, I can also cover that. Yes. Hi, this is Samuel from Eon. A quick question. You mentioned that it's basically a low-cost solution for transformer health monitoring. Can you give an indication around the price range? So what are we talking about roughly?
Roughly, this would be depending on the scale and the size of the transformer. So, for the highest scale, say a distribution transformer, this would be sub $500 price point. And as we go slightly higher up in terms of the size of the transformer, the price point would marginally increase. It would not. It would be a marginal increase based on the volumes that would go down.
Very good. There are some more questions to you, Shashank, but we will make sure to get it to you in a written form, okay, as our time is up. One more time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day, and we will for sure be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Very good. The questions that appear on the chat, I am inserting into your tabs, okay, in the Excel, so they are not lost. But if there's anything more added there. Okay, let's go right now to the last startup in this group, Ratio Energy. We are waiting for Emin. We will be calling in from Turkey. It's page 48 in our books. We are ready. Hello, Emin.
Hi, everyone. Yes.
Great to have you. Welcome and congratulations to making this to top 60 of pre-elections 2025. We are very happy to have you. Full room waiting for your presentation. So whenever you are ready, start sharing your screen, and we will be counting 6 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. I think I'm ready. I'm starting it right now.
Good. We can see and hear well.
Okay, amazing. Hello, everyone. This is Batur from Ratio Energy. When we started the company in 2019, we saw that there is a major problem in energy storage industry. There are 3 different points that we want to address, actually. The first one is energy storage projects are really complex when you compare to standard wind or solar power plants. So it's hard to make a feasibility beforehand, before the investment stage. And even after the investment, you have to take into account battery degradations and different technical parameters from different energy vendors, different battery manufacturers. And even with all these information, you will still be lacking the market complexity. Because in order to monetize these assets, you have to have a good understanding in terms of the energy markets, like day-ahead market, ancillary services, etc., etc. And when these 3 parameters are not combined in a perfect manner, this means a project can lose between $3 million to $30 million over its life cycle. So we wanted to address this problem with 2 different softwares, and we approached this from 3 different stages. The first one is a pre-investment simulation phase. Before any project starts working, we can actually make a battery digital twin and make an investment simulation beforehand. And then we have developed an energy management system to actually operate these battery assets, both in terms of the SCADA controls and the hardware management. And this is vertically integrated with AI-driven market optimization. So if we delve more into the depths of our first product, Ratio Sim, this is basically a battery digital twin that actually simulates a battery storage assets with over 1,000 parameters and provides bankable feasibility reports that show both technical analysis like battery degradation, lifetime analysis, energy charge and discharge cycles, state of health curves, and also with financial parameters like IRR, return on investment, P&L or cash flows, the kind of terms that financing institutions like banks are looking into when they try to decide if financing a project makes sense. And for projects that have already started or that are going to be implemented, we have a real-time energy management system that is fully integrated from hardware level up until the market level. So by combining these, we are able to optimize both batteries' life cycles and also the energy markets. And our softwares can provide a return on investment under 2 years for projects. And it means like there's a 5x value generation for our customers. The difference from the existing softwares is that when you look into the market, there are usually either market integrators or market optimizers that only delve into the software side, or there are some SCADA or local control providers, and none of them actually can optimize both sides of the project from different perspectives. So because we have our own software and hardware stack, we can monitor battery assets, power conversion systems, HVAC systems, fire suppression systems, and we can control them. And looking at real-time data that is coming from the batteries by our own software, we can actually integrate it in an optimized manner to which electricity market to participate. So we can choose to participate in a day-ahead market for, let's say, 30% of the battery, and then we can utilize the remaining 70% of the battery in the ancillary services. The market is huge when you look into energy storage industry right now. We are focused in EU and US markets, and we are right now locally the market leader in Turkey. The expected revenue is $40 million by 2030. Our business model is, in terms of the feasibility analysis software, we are talking about a completely online solution where you can log in with a username and password, and you can simulate different energy storage assets and come up with a feasibility analysis. And in terms of the energy management system, we have an upfront payment for the hardware assets, and then we charge for yearly license fees in the next years. So up until now, we have raised 500K pre-seed investment in 2024, and we have achieved 5 different pilot sites, 5 different validated sites in Turkey, and we are the software provider of the first ever energy storage project in Turkey at grid scale. And in terms of customers, our customers make up like 80% of the energy market right now in Turkey, in terms of both feasibility analysis and the energy management systems. We are a very young team and highly expert in the area. We are comprised of data scientists, industrial engineers, and electronics engineers, and we are a total of 12 people. We are right now in an investment round looking for 700K, and this is us.
Well done. Thank you so much. Let's move right now to Q&A session. We have 4 minutes for that.
So thank you, Batul, for your pitch. Andre here from EDP. Let me start with a question to understand, because from your pitch deck, I got the idea that you are both an hardware company and a software company. And here, it looks like you're more of a software company with an EMS system. So what's your main priority right now? And do you develop any sort of storage solution, or you're focusing more on the EMS side?
No, we are a EMS only company. Our main strength is that we are vendor agnostic. We are a third party software, like not software, but system provider that allows us to compete with other large scale market players like Fluence or ABB or Schneider Electric. These are complete system integrators that provide their own softwares, right? But most of the case, especially for projects that are under 100 megawatts, the customer usually wants to buy different components from different vendors, specifically like buy the power conversion systems from Europe or buy the batteries from China. When that's the case, it's very hard to make these systems communicate with each other and integrate them. What we do is actually we make a seamless integration between those assets, and we also integrate it with different electricity markets as well. So it's kind of like a plug and play up and running system, thanks to our EMS.
Okay, clear. Going to the markets, precisely the electricity markets that you're mentioning, in what markets are you currently presently in, both from a simulation perspective and actual trading assets?
In terms of simulation perspective, we are compatible with ENTSO-E area, usually like the EU region, except for Germany and UK right now, because our tools are basically running 1 hour resolution day ahead market prices, and Germany and the UK has 15-minute day ahead resolutions, but we are working on top of it. So in a couple of months, probably these modules will also be live. In terms of EMS, we are working with market integrator partners, third-party partners, and they are connected with all of the European markets, Nord Pool, FX, Italian market, Cropex, like the Croatian market, and of course Turkey. So right now I can say that except from US, we are able to be connected to all the different European markets.
And then regarding your forecasts, so pricing forecasts, do you use your own models for short term and long term, or do you get that from somewhere else?
We leave that decision to our customers. Our software has the capability to connect with different forecast providers. We also provide our own forecasts as well, but especially for large customers, they usually want to work with more than one forecast provider. So we offer our own solutions integrated to the software. But for instance, for large wind energy producers, like one of our customers is EnBW in Turkey. They already work with 3 different wind forecast providers in terms of generation forecasts. So they can choose from our interface which forecast to utilize for that specific market decision.
Okay. Before opening here, how many megawatt or megawatt hours do you currently trade or expect to trade in the near future, both in wholesale market and the different ancillary services markets?
Right now, it is very, very small because in the Turkish market is just barely beginning. We are the first provider of the first project. It is 10 megawatt hours right now, just 10. But we want to rapidly increase that amount.
Very good, Bator. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, guys. It's very nice to be here and meet with everyone else.
Yes, I hope to see you soon. And thank you very much for your time today. Have a good rest of the day. We will be in touch. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Very good. Right on time. If there are any questions, remember to drop them for a minute because we didn't get the presentation. And right now we have 10 minutes, just 10 minutes for a debrief. So we can start to think about those first startups. I will put on the clock, put on the screen. Next presentation will be 10 minutes. So Hey, ready? Very good. Right now, Assetcool I'm waiting for Nino from Ukraine. It is page 10 on our books. Everyone's ready?
Hello.
Good to have you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the right now you are in a room with more than 30 people and also many people online. Looking forward to meet you. Congratulations on being on top 60 of Free Electrons 2025. We are ready. So whenever you are, please share your screen. And we will be counting 6 minutes for your presentation.
Perfect. Good day, everyone, and thank you for the down selection to the final 60. My name is Dr. Niall Coogan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Assetcool, and we're here today presenting one of the most objective and relevant value propositions in the grid tech space today, which is lowering the cost of adding 1 megawatt of capacity to overhead lines by as much as 95%. Now, I don't need to spend too long on why that's relevant, but I thought a series of facts evidences the core problem that we're addressing, which is the rate of electricity demand and generation increase is far outpacing the rate of transmission and distribution capacity expansion, leading to global grid congestion, which is acting as a delay for the energy transition. That, in a series of facts, looks like there's 1.3 terawatts on the existing US grid, and there is 2.6 terawatts of generation queued up waiting for interconnections. It takes 5 years to go from an interconnection request to an interconnection agreement, but 70% of those projects have failed. So 70% of that 2.6 terawatts will fail because of feasibility or system impact studies. That's the state of the existing infrastructure. Increasing the capacity of existing lines generally now focuses on reconductoring. So that's replacing conventional lines with high capacity ones, but that costs on the order of $590,000 per mile or £300,000 per kilometer. It can take between 3 and 10 years to complete. And more broadly, we need to double the rate of historical, the rate of transmission and distribution capacity expansion to meet 2035 targets in the US. So there are two key factors we focus on. One is the pound or dollar per megawatt uprating cost. So that's how much does it cost to get an additional megawatt of capacity to overhead lines. And the second is how long does it take? So our solution to this is twofold. The first is capacity enhancing coatings. So these are coatings applied to the outside of overhead conductors, reflect sunlight, emit heat, lower the temperature of the line. This means you can get an increased current carrying capacity for a fixed cross-sectional area of conductor, so up to 30% more power down the same conductor. Alternatively, you can operate at a lower temperature with lower losses. So this is very relevant for new advanced conductors, which can operate 180 degrees plus. They have very high current carrying capacity, but they also have much significant loss increase. So lowering the temperature of them can reduce losses by as much as 10%, making them significantly more efficient. The second component is in situ power line coating robots. So these are robots that connect to the surface or to overhead conductors, firstly clean and prepare the surface, and then apply the coating. Collectively, we call this process static line uprating because it is a modification of the conductor properties in the field to provide a continuous increase in current carrying capacity. So this is providing up to 30% more power in a continuous way without reconductoring. So that's a cost saving we estimate at 90 to 95%. We have huge amounts of data on the performance and durability of the coatings, but this is the most relevant one in that, 4 years into a field trial, we are still seeing exactly the same cooling relative to an uncoated conductor that we did on day one. Beyond this, we've got, collectively over 5 years of field trial data, very high resolution temperature data, significant accelerated aging, UV, corrosion, and all the other extensive testing that you can do to verify the performance of durability of these coatings, and I'm happy to elaborate on that further. But where we've made significant advances recently is in the in situ power line coating robots. So this was our largest deployment to date, over 9 kilometers equivalent, with a multi-robot operating system that is moving along the surface of the conductor, preparing it and cleaning it. And as you can see, they are incredibly elegant. I can elaborate on much of the functionality, but it shows the advanced state of the technology that we have multiple operating at the same time on bundled conductors, and I'll elaborate more on the scale shortly. But the main thing we're focusing on, as I said, is project economics. So typically reconductoring, as they take the existing lines down, replace them with high capacity ones, that will cost on the order of £300,000 per circuit kilometre or $560,000 per mile. This retrofit coating service is on the order of £15,000 per circuit kilometre. So it's a 95% reduction in the cost. And then when you look at it in terms of, pound per megawatt, so obviously reconductoring, you may get a 50 to 100% increase in capacity. Even when you account for that per megawatt rating, it's an 80 to 90% reduction. So, it's a step change in the cost, but also in terms of time. So we actually will, if we can get a purchase order, we can deploy in the field within weeks to months, as we have done in previous trials. The key thing I want to emphasize is our current learning rates. So we started our robotic deployment in June and July of last year, in 2024. We did projects on the order of 300 meters. Merely 2 months later, we had gone from 1 prototype to 6 production units doing a 9-kilometer project here in the UK. And we're currently scaling up to begin a 1,400-kilometer project. So that's 450 kilometers of conductor with 3 treatments here in the UK to solve a very specific problem for a utility. So that is very much, we are field ready and ready to deploy over a specific pilot. Just to outline what that would look like. So typically the estimated total costs are around $300,000. Takes between sort of 7 and 14 days to do a 3 circuit kilometer coating. And the total project lasts around 4 months. So we spend 1 to 2 months getting ready, preparing the robots, shipping them to site. The coating execution takes between 7 and 14 days. And then we have 2 months of continuous operation observation, and then perform techno-economic analysis around uprating, comparison to reconductoring, return on investment, and all those other matters. So that's our proposal. And with about 30 seconds spare for additional questions, thank you very much for listening. I hope you found that interesting.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Neil. It was, we have more time, so let's immediately switch to questions.
Yes, congratulations, Niall, on making it to the top 60. This is Maxime from Hydro-Québec.
Hi, Maxime.
Hi. So a question for you. How about the parts, the hardware that is not being coated on the line? Because when you do this, you just coat the conductor, as I understand. Doesn't the hardware minimize the impact of the cooling that you provide on the conductor?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we coat up to the hardware, and then we're in the process of developing technology to move around the hardware and begin coating from the other side. So from a sort of thermal perspective, because we're not increasing the temperature of the line, we actually believe the existing hardware will be okay. If it is determined that hardware needs to be coated, we can apply that and lower the temperature. But we're pretty confident the existing hardware can handle a 15 to 30% increase in current carrying capacity because they're much higher thermal mass. But if needed, we can apply coatings to them. And again, that depends whether it's a spacer, a damper, a sleeve, etc. So we will be able to move around, but ultimately we don't foresee them being a significant issue.
Okay, thank you.
Sylvain from Hydro-Québec, just a quick one to build on what you just mentioned. If you are only coating partially, so leaving some sections not coated, does that lead to some galvanic corrosion problems, or have you experienced this or observed this so far?
Yeah, so we coat the outside of the conductor and we don't seal it. So it's not like an extrusion where, if you don't have an area water can get in, it might get out. So we coat the outer strands. So the normal breathability of the conductor is maintained, but we have high surface, water repellent. So less water gets into the core, but once it's in, it's not permanently sealed in there. So if there is a small section that isn't coated, again, from a thermal perspective, you're going to have hundreds of meters of phase conductor that is perfectly well coated, and there may be 5 to 10 centimeters that is missed. From a thermal perspective, that will have, a negligible impact. And then also, because we're not sealing the conductor, it's not like all the corrosion is going to migrate to that one particular point. So we've not seen any impact on the trials we've done today.
We have Paul Andreas.
Okay, yeah. Quick question. What's the temperature range that you guarantee in terms of performance of your product?
Yeah, so what we do is we modify the properties of the conductor in terms of solar absorptivity and thermal emissivity. So we're able to put those into something like IEEE 738, which then tells you the new rating. And we've got years of data now that confirms that we perform in line with those models. Beyond that, in terms of the actual temperature rating, and it's stable at, we've got, again, data we've published, below 300 degrees, continuously is absolutely no problem at all, which is obviously in the main line of conductor use. It's made from inorganic materials, which are temperature stable, UV stable, completely corrosion stable. So we have designed it with appropriate materials that could have multiple decades worth of life.
I see that your oldest deployment was in South Africa. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you've also deployed or tested in Canada. How many different countries or how many deployments have you done so far? And where do you see the potential lies the more? Is it mostly in northern countries, very warm climate countries?
Yeah, it's a great question. So one of the other things I didn't have time to elaborate on is that we've got a range of coatings that address a range of issues. So with respect to capacity enhancement, reflecting sunlight emitting heat, that is relevant everywhere in the world. As we've seen modeling in Canada, much of the peak constraint now is going to come in the summer where there is significant air conditioning coming in. So there is, huge relevance there, but also in other regions, perhaps where capacity constraints are less, corrosion constraints are significant. So we have a corrosion-specific coating. Here in the UK, where again, capacity constraints aren't significant, corona noise is very, very problematic. So we have a particular coating that can reduce corona noise. So we have a range of products that are relevant pretty much all over the world, and we look to continue deploying kind of internationally and globally.
Again, perfect on time. Neil, thank you very much. The time is up. Just for you to know, we have some more questions on the chat that will get to you in a written form. You will make so ready to answer this one as well. Thank you very much for your time and presentation being here.
Thank you so much, everyone.
For the rest of the day, it was great to have you here.
Okay, I just leave the room now, yeah?
Yes, you can leave the room. Thank you. Very good. Yes, we have some questions from Francisco. And say that Francisco, if you're with us, you can raise your hand. And also anyone online, you can participate with us by just raising your hand, okay? Or written form. Okay, we are getting ready for Adrian from A-Stream Aerial Intelligence. We are ready. It's page number 7. And I believe Adrian is with us. Hello.
Yes, hello. Thanks for having us.
Welcome to the pitch room of Free Electrons 2025. We are more than 30 here, looking forward to get to know your solution better. We are ready. Whenever you are, please share your screen. We will be counting presentation.
Okay, you guys can see my screen?
And hear you perfectly as well.
All right, then I would just start, right?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, perfect. Yes, well, my name is Adrian, and I'm here today to present Airteam Aerial Intelligence to you. And I don't want to talk a lot about who we are, because I guess you all know that already, but I want to share one thing with you, which is our company vision. And we would like to empower companies driving the energy transition to make better decisions using drone data, cutting-edge software, and artificial intelligence. And I don't need to tell you about the severe challenges that you are facing within the industry, but I've seen in the decks that you shared with the participants in the Free Electrons program is that you set yourself the goals to be net zero by partly 2030, 40, or latest 2050. And we at Airteam, we are focused on the buildings, the outer shell of the buildings mainly. And I would like to explain you why we can have such a crucial impact on your success of the ambitious plan to have these emission-free buildings or the net zero by the goal you set yourself. So I've chosen the solar project as an example. Mostly in the construction projects, measurements are taken manually. That means people use tape measurement, laser meter, or they count shingles in the worst case. Some even use satellite imagery. And this is a process that can be very time consuming. I have a lot of people on site usually. It is risky because I have to put people on the roof, for example, to measure everything. and it just takes a lot of time. It is not safe, and it is error prone, especially when I'm working, for example, with imagery data. There's a high factor of reworks that I have to do. And that's why we believe there's the new way with Airteam, and drones represent for us the fastest and cheapest method of creating digital twins of construction sites. What does that mean in an example? There's one person on site taking pictures with a drone of the building, basically just taking a couple of pictures of the building and then uploading them to our platform. I will come to that in a minute. What are the quick wins already? It is super fast, it is safe, it is standardized, and you always have the status quo of the building. Let me tell you how it works. First of all, we have the Airteam Fusion platform. That is our source of truth, our product. We have the platform where you upload the data, where you receive the data, where you can access basically everything. And we basically have this platform for anything: inspect, measure, design. And here's how it works. First of all, out of the drone models or the drone photos, we create a 3D model. That is no magic. This is something a lot of softwares can do. But we've trained our algorithm to do semantic interpretation, meaning we could, for example, here already by the colors define what is the roof, what is a dormer, what is a vent. Then next off, we can do surface identification. We can, in order to create the geometry of the roof in this example, we can identify the different surfaces and classify them. Next step is to actually create geometry in order, for example, to create later on CAD models and all that stuff. This is already fully scaled, so we have a model that is up to 2 centimeters accurate, and it's all scaled and modeled already. I will show you later how it looks like. Then last but not least, there's the semantic classification that our software does. So it automatically detects edges, length, surfaces, and can classify them and tell you exactly what it is. Is it, for example, the upper corner of a dormer, or for example, on the roof? Is it the chimney? Is it what part of the chimney is it? All this is automatically classified by our software. And we also do have integrations with various planning data types. So, for example, the planning data that you get from us, and this is what we do. We are a small part in this chain doing the planning, but a proper planning can save you so much money, stop reworks, and in the end, make you so much more efficient. And with our integrations, you can then, for example, work in AutoCAD, do the solar installation, and all these other kind of stuff that you can do with CAD data. Let me just quickly share this. Yeah, this is a normal 3D model, but as you can see, you could, for example, easily within a few clicks do some kind of inspection. You can see there's water on the roofs. You have a status quo of the building technically, and especially it doesn't only work for one family house, but it doesn't matter the size of the building. What you can see here on the right side now is this fully automatically created CAD file that we created from the roof. Of course, we can also provide, for example, a report, but we can, for example, also do the facade. So we have the full outer shell of a building, and we have a status quo of the building, and this is the base for the planning of, this is the base to basically plan how to make a building energy efficient. Where can I put my solar panels? Where can I, for example, put the storage, everything? And storage can be a topic that's inside the house. That's why we're partnering up with another partner from us. So we combine the data from the drones with laser data from the inside. And so you get the full picture in the end, meaning that you have the outer shell, but you also have a fully plan of the inside, which is up to a few centimeters accurate. And of course, we can do building material classification, for example, telling you how many shingles we have on the roof, what kind of shingles, what doors, etc. And with this, we also have the damage inspection. But that's technically it already. There's some more reasons why you should do this or use it, but happy to answer your questions now.
Very good. Exactly. Thank you for the presentation. Let's use Q&A to get to know more.
Okay, so thank you, Adrian, for the pitch. It's Andrea here from EDP. So some questions about your solution. What type of challenges have you faced regarding flying the drones in an urban environment, both from a licensing standpoint and from the type of images that you collect? If you collect any like personal images and things like that that can impact the licensing process.
Yeah, so we have just recently went with a big partner here in Germany through a process to basically classify the data that we take, and it was all classified as no risk. And in Germany, I think that's already a sign. We are taking pictures, but since the focus of the pictures is on the buildings, this should usually not be a problem. Furthermore, we usually also tell the people who live in the houses that there will be a drone inspection. So there are a lot of steps you can take in advance. And we've conducted more than 60,000 flights already. And yeah, we never had any problems with the police or anything. People are usually very curious, but the licensing is not a big problem if you are well prepared. And yeah, we have all the documents basically to guarantee that.
Okay. And then the other question is, how do you guarantee the integration between your platform and other modeling softwares that the utility may have? So how easy is it to go from whatever comes from your platform and our internal systems to design PV, for example?
Yeah. It always depends on what kind of data type you are using. So we can, of course, provide the typical files, CAD files, DWG, DXF, OBJ, all these standard files. And of course, we're always open to provide new data. So we, for example, have a collaboration with Fibersail, which is the biggest solar planner in Germany. They have their own file. And yeah, we basically found a solution to provide a PVPRJ file, which is their in-house file. So yeah, we have a huge knowledge of different 3D CAD files. And usually it's very easy to basically provide it for you.
Okay.
We have a question.
And then I know I'll go there in a second. Just to one other question is, most of your examples were residential. Is it your main market, or are you also looking at CNI, for example?
It doesn't matter for us, actually. We can do every building, every structure. It can be a one-family house, more family house, as we have seen, or like the big halls that you have in industry and stuff. That actually does not matter.
Okay, very good. And then the question that we have on the chat is if you can elaborate on the applications and the content from your report. So what comes out of it and what type of applications can we do with the report?
Okay, so the report was something we did in the beginning for one of our customer group, which is mainly roofing companies. It's a PDF report that basically contains all the surfaces, the length, the measures on the roof, and it has the sum of all length. For example, if a roofer needs to do the roof, he needs to know how many shingles do I have to get, for example. And this, all the information is what he can get. He also has the information from the report, how many solar panels, which is nowadays also important for a roofer, can I put on the roof. So he gets all the information he needs from this one file, basically.
Ian has a very last question.
I think we're already there all the time. Hi, Adrian. Okay, so we don't have time for that anymore.
We have actually more questions here, so there will be more if, Adrian, there are more questions in the room, but due to the time constraint, we will get this question to you in a written form, waiting for your answer, okay? So there will be a follow-up for sure. Thank you for the...
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day. Thank
You too. Goodbye. All the best from Berlin.
Good. Don't write those questions down. Samuel, don't forget the question, right? Okay.
No, I don't know that.
Okay, Adrian, you can please leave the room. That will be the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. And we have two more here. We are in the block of asset optimization, continuing that for big part. Waiting for Enline Energy. It will be Duarte from Portugal. It is page 24. For us. We are ready. Wow. Oh, okay, Duarte. Hello. Bom dia. Boa tarde.
Bom dia.
All right. Great to have you with us. Welcome and congratulations to being the top 60 of Free Electrons 2025. Full room here, physically and online. Looking forward to your presentation. So whenever you are ready, please share your screen. We will be counting 6 minutes for your presentation, okay?
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, very well.
Wonderful. Whenever you're ready.
Go ahead. Yes, you're ready.
Hi. Thank you very much. I'm Duarte Fleming, Portuguese from Enline, and I'm here to talk about next-gen solutions for power monitoring and optimization. The energy sector is undergoing massive paradigm shifts due to pressure from integration of renewables, causing grid congestions, curtailment, load fluctuations, and so on. And so what do we do at Enline? We create digital twin representations of energy assets. We do this by creating sensorless electromagnetic models. Our sensorless approach allows us to model the entire chain of energy assets and have full visibility of the systems without installing additional sensors. We use what exists on the field. We combine this with what's best, the best-in-class data science and artificial intelligence to create this 360-degree view of the assets, which we then use to power use cases and solve problems in the energy generation, at the design stage, and for grid operations. Our platform works in a modular way. Our solutions can be solved individually or combined to solve bigger and more complex scopes. As mentioned, we do this across the entire energy chain. We digitalize all energy assets and have solutions for all energy assets, from generation, transmission, to distribution, and even electro-intensive consumption, with customers such as Renault, Volkswagen, and so on. And so starting with generation, we have solutions across, let's say, the 3 pillars of digital asset management. That's planning, operations, and maintenance. And one of our best solutions for power generation is our solution called Optimax, which we have applied, for instance, for TotalEnergies. And it's a solution that reduces thermal losses in the transmission systems of the renewable power plants. And so it's just as an example, in a 1 gigawatt offshore wind that we have basically an increase in revenues that were previously thermal losses of 800K to 1.5 million per year, just by applying Optimax extra energy that was going to be wasted in increasing temperature. For transmission system operators, I understand it's not really that relevant for the audience, but we have solutions, for instance, such as dynamic line rating to unlock unused capacity on the energy lines, on the transmission lines. This can also be applied, and we have it applied also for, let's say, distribution lines. And for distribution, we do have things like dynamic line rating, which we have applied, for instance, at EDP in Portugal, at Eirteam. And we have a more comprehensive, let's say, set of solutions for DSOs, which are our Advanced Distribution Management System, ADMS, suite of products with functionalities such as dynamic line rating, which is not commonly present at ADMS systems, network state estimation, adaptive protective settings, and some more. We have this applied in different customers, one of which is Electrocentro. We have this applied and reducing their very, very severe SAIDI-SAIFI problems. The unique selling point of Enline is that because of our sensorless philosophy, we use what is out there. We have very fast implementations. We're very cost efficient. Just to give you an example, the Optimax that we use for renewables, we have a trial concept that we apply that for free. And then we can immediately, we don't need a connection to the SCADA, we just need a historical export of data. And we can immediately prove and show you that in a power plant of your choosing, the benefits of using Optimax and what is the potential impact for your renewable portfolio, generation portfolio. Dynamic line rating, the same. So again, fast implementation, very cost efficient, and all our solutions are modular. You can try one of them or you can combine them in a bigger solution. We have a very, very experienced team. I myself come from a background of Siemens, our two co-founders from also Voith Siemens, one of which Portuguese, one of which Brazilian. We have a team that brings the best-in-class power systems experts with the best-in-class technology, data science, AI, to really generate value and solve the field's problems. Just to highlight that we won last year's Global ABB Startup Challenge Power Progress with AI, the Energy Venture Award, and many more. We've worked with customers, some of which you may know, some of which also are present at Free Electrons, such as EDP, for instance, which we're very proud of. Total Energies also. And yeah, I'm Duarte, Chief Innovation Officer at Enline. Happy to be here, happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Very good, Duarte. Thank you very much, and we will move right away to 4 minutes of questions.
Hi, Duarte. This is Samuel from E.ON. Congrats for making it here to the top 60, and thanks a lot for your presentation. Quite exciting stuff, what you're doing. I'm still sorting a bit my thoughts because it's quite diverse what you're offering here. And you said you can work with the data, which whatever is available. That raises some questions for me. Probably can explain it in a bit more detail, especially looking at dynamic line rating and application.
Correct. So I'll be very quick. Dynamic line rating. So in all our products, our approach is use what's out there, create the digital twin, the minimum viable digital twin, the minimum necessary data to create the representation of the asset, to then power that use case. For dynamic line rating, how do we create these digital twins? We use the position of the lines, the type of cable, etc., to create the asset representation. So that's project data that you already have. By having that, then we have the static digital twin of the assets. Then we make this dynamic by including weather data that we have around those assets, so that then we make this static digital twin into a dynamic digital twin by having the impact of weather, wind, that's wind, solar radiation, as you know, and then calculating the dynamic line rating of the line, which will then impact the operating temperature and consequent sag and so on. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I still understand you would need quite a bunch of data from our side, but this is fair enough. Regarding vegetation management, I believe you would then also require to get the satellite data or other data, picture data from our side as well.
So again, let me clarify. Our sensorless approach to creating these digital twins. So there are, for instance, for electrical variables, there are sensors at the substations, for instance. For the projects to create the assets, there's a project data about type of cable, the tower structure, so on, so on, so on. And for vegetation, some customers have, for instance, LiDAR flights, they have satellite images, they have drone flights, they have manual, let's say, field inspections with cameras. Our approach is bring all of that data into the platform to then support those use cases. So vegetation management. If you already have LiDAR flights, recurrent LiDAR flights that you use for inspecting, let's say, the assets, we can bring that information in, and it reduces the cost of the solution down because we don't have to go and procure and buy effectively those images. If you do not have those, and in, let's say, very inaccessible places, for instance, we then have to, let's say, buy those satellite images to create the digital twins of the vegetation, which is what you see here in this picture.
Very good. We have some more questions.
So I understand that you provide a DLR solution that is sensorless, database, cost efficient. But it's hard to imagine that there is no trade-off on the efficiency of your solution versus sensor-based ones. How would you evaluate the cost advantage versus the efficiency trade-off of your solution?
That's a wonderful question. So as you know, sensors, they require shutdowns for installations. They are expensive. They are let's say susceptible to supply chain let's say delays. And you can only measure if you install a sensor in this section of the line. Imagine the line is this high. You only install it. You can only see it, what's happening here. You don't know what's happening here. Our model can model the entire line just by having the specs of the line, let's say, all over. Plus, we have been compared with sensors. We have 95% accuracy, and we are, for instance, I can tell you immediately, we are being compared with sensors with EDP at the moment. So, for instance, we do that, let's say, study with our customers. We have been compared in more than 13 studies already. And we have always over 95% accuracy. So with this in mind, we welcome sensors. So if your installations already have sensors, be it weather stations, temperature sensors, we can use that data. That only makes our solution even more robust, but we don't need it. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
Okay, Duarte, I need to stop here. We have still more questions in the room, but we will get them to you in a written form to make sure. But the time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of the day. We will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I could answer all your questions. Thank you.
Very good. You can click to leave the room. That will be the easiest way. Here.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
How do I leave the room? Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hold on, make sure to, I know you have a question. Hold on, we'll note it down, okay? Okay, and let's get ready for our last startup in this group. Fibersail. We are waiting for Sander as well from Portugal. That is page 26. We are ready, João, so whenever our presenter is
They're entering right now.
Very nice. Hello, Sander.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Great to have you with us. Congratulations to getting to top 60 of Free Electrons 2025. We are here. Quite a lot of us, more than 30 people in the room and online waiting for your presentation. I see you're already sharing the screen. We can see very well. Start whenever you're ready and count 6 minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Wind turbine blades are literally the driving force of wind energy. Their reliability is critical to achieve a profitable wind energy sector for the wind farm owners. However, the structural health of blades in the field remain a black box, and this can have dire consequences. Because as turbine size is growing, so are the blades. And research from the field shows that large rotors have a much higher risk of cracks propagating to critical size. When a crack occurs in year 1 on a large rotor, it is almost certainty that it propagates to critical size in year 3. Detecting these damages at an early stage reduces the repair cost and boosts turbine uptime. We distinguish between two types of damages, the external and the internal damages, where the external damages are very well detectable by drones and are very well repaired by robots or rope access persons. These are not critical for blade failures. The internal side is a different story, as the primary structure of the internal blades hold the blade together. When in high load areas, if there are cracks occurring, this can propagate to critical size and lead to blade failures. And the key thing is that you cannot see this from the outside. This is where our condition monitoring system comes in, because we have a unique way of detecting internal damages. We do this by means of a shape sensor. It's based on fiber optic technology, and we mount it inside the blade. We monitor a unique combination of blade deflection and natural frequency variation. So as soon as a damage occurs, these two methods vary, and that is what we measure. It comes in a robust composite beam, which we install on the inside, from the root to as far as we can go inside the blade. And the system operates fully independently of any OEM. We obviously also create actionable insight through our dashboard, which is customizable to the needs of our clients. We basically see three main value drivers for owner-operators utilizing our Blade CMS system. The first one is we prevent blade failures from happening. This could be a cost avoidance of up to 1 million euros per blade, including the lost production incurred during the waiting time for new blades. Secondly, we reduce blade repair cost. Basically, when a category 4 or 5 repair, and these are high severity repairs, are needed, the cost is around between 100 and 200,000 euros per repair. This detecting a damage early, being a category 2 or 3 repair, only costs around between 15 and 35,000 euros per repair, meaning a cost reduction of up to 185,000 euros per repair. And the last cost driver is reduction of in-blade inspection cost. One of our clients actually has a wind farm with a large, high amount of blade damages. And the decisions they need to take is increasing the inspection frequency up to once per month, where usually it is only annually or biannually. So this, for this owner, already incurs a 12-fold or even 24-fold increase of inspection cost. Having a condition monitoring system inside the blade reduces this need. A key challenge for condition monitoring systems in the market is the false positives. There's a lot of data that these systems take, but they only measure one unit, either sound or vibrations. And with this large amount of data, it's very difficult to distinguish the noise from the actual damages. We do this by monitoring two methods, being the deflection and being the natural frequency variation. And we check each other against each other to check whether there is actual damage and then provide the alert to the owner operator. We have a strong track record. We have various pilot projects across Europe in turbines operating in terms of size between 2 megawatt and 8 megawatt. These are large owner operators. This summer, we will also go offshore for our first project. The pilot projects, the milestones of those range from damage detection, but we also have pilot projects with just load monitoring and remaining lifetime calculation. So it's a broader offering that we have. I'd like to share with you a pilot project proposal whereby we focus on the early damage detection. We outfit 4 wind turbines of a larger size, minimum 2 megawatt, but preferably larger, with blade issues. We link, for 12 months, we do monitoring campaign. We link the blade damage events with the sensor data, and we basically built up the data lake to detect these damages remotely. And with that data lake, we can increase to the wind farm level. The cost per wind turbine is 7.5K, and this basically is the sensor price for this pilot project. The operating fee is 50 euros per megawatt per month, basically covering the dashboard and the data analytics. And the key thing for this pilot project is we contribute the electronic equipment to this project. We have a strong team, 20 FTE, and we'd love to hear, to discuss with you the challenges in the wind farm industry and to solve your blade issues. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's move to questions. We have one from HangZhou, Quebec.
Yes, yeah, go ahead. Carlos, well done on your presentation and well done getting into the top 60, so congratulations. Some of the questions from business unit, we have a fleet of wind turbines, we're interested. We need to clarify a few things, so we're curious about the installation method because we're more interested in retrofitting this to existing turbines. Because how do you installing it?
Yeah, so basically the sensor itself, like I said, it's the fiber optics are covered in a composite beam, which is extremely flexible. So we roll the composite beam up in a let's say a circle, and that circle is around 1.5 meter diameter, and it's very light, so it can be hand carried. We bring it up to the up tower, and we go inside the blade and roll it out inside the blade. Of course, it is very important to degrease the area where you glue it to the blade, and basically prepare the surface for a good adhesion of the sensor. Together with the owner, we decide where to put it, because and basically the type of damages that you incur is and of course the design of the blade is determining where to put the sensor. It also comes with electronic equipment. Like I said, for this pilot project, we provide the electronic equipment free of charge. And this is the interrogator. This is the router for the data sending to the cloud. These comes in a box, in one box, and we can install it where the turbine allows it, either in the hub or in the nacelle.
Couple of quick questions. Do you need the OEM there during that process? Yes, no?
No.
Okay, and next one, does the sensor pinpoint issues with blade bolts and bearings? Yes, no?
Excuse me? Please.
Does it pinpoint issues with blade bolts and bearings? Yes, no?
Is it the blade bolts? The bearings? No, this is not according to the. This is not a sensor for the bearings. If you ask that, this is.
Category of damage. Could you talk to us about that? Category 2, above, below.
Yeah. So maybe you've seen the presentation sent earlier. That is of course a lot more elaborate. What we have seen is we have done numerical model analysis on various types of damages, ranging from delaminations to small cracks, medium cracks, larger cracks. And we have shown that how the blade deflects and what the natural frequency variation is with these various damages. And it shows that when a small delamination occurs, the natural frequency and deflection variation is such that we can detect that. The sensitivity of the sensor that we've seen in the pilot projects in full-scale turbines is such that we can detect those. Yeah. And those are the small delaminations are category 2 damages.
Quick one, I'm going to go home back. Looked at a bunch of videos yesterday. Vestas did a presentation. They have fiber optic sensors already in their blades. Does that mean you can work with everybody else except Vestas?
No, we can also work with Vestas. The thing is, we have a unique proposition because our sensor measures the deflection and the natural frequency. And I believe I know Vestas. They use acceleration sensors for that, so they have a different method of detection. But we can work with these. Yeah.
Super quick one from HangZhou, Quebec. Do you have experience with blades that have de-icing systems operational or that had them operational?
Which type of system? Sorry, EIC?
De-icing systems.
De-icing systems. Yeah.
Yes. You have experience.
Carlos?
Yep, perhaps I can jump on this. So as Sander said, we have quite a large number of value propositions that we can offer. I think for this presentation, we are focusing here on the damage detection, but I'll say we've been deploying our shape sensor technology also on the bolts and on the bearings. So we did it and we can derive information from there. So if that's an issue you have, we are always happy to talk and discuss how we can fine-tune our sensing capabilities to deliver the output you need. Regarding the icing system, we are also talking with some customers to use our shape sensing in a very similar way. So we use the shape and the frequency change due to the weight of the ice to detect the ice in a different way. So we can couple this one either to fine-tune the start or stop of a turbine, or to connect with turning on or off of the icing system. So it's something that we are working at least with one customer, correct me, Sander, if I'm wrong, where we can deploy to prove that we can also feed that system.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. There are more questions that will get to you in a written form, but so far, thank you so much for the time and the presentation that you gave to all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Perfect. Okay, we are ready with our group. Okay, you can click bottom right, leave, or that's
Right, so we finished this.
Sander, Carlos, can you click the bottom right to leave the room, please? Bye-bye. Thank you.
What's the yeah.
Carlos, you should have a request to be moved back to the main room.
Yes,
okay.
We are all
Okay, so we have now a few minutes for you to do exactly what you started doing. Before we start again, so we'll have a break for roughly half an hour. We'll take 10 minutes of that break to do the debrief of the 8 startups in the morning, maybe 12 minutes at the end of the break. At the end of the break, yeah. So now you can do your thing and then. All right.
And they know for the first third of the wow. It ended up not being relevant for us after like more than we are still waiting for the results from the but there is much that we
Okay. 10 minutes ago. Great. So this morning,
I just arrived.
no, this is actually all the
All the photos.
Can you put the slide before it's not these startups? The first one was the HangZhou. So we had 2 startups from China. Right. Now, Unitree is actually the name of the solution. It was the first pitch this morning. TLP, you guys had the whole button of yours.
Yeah. So we can try to work with them. Hopefully we can try in our station at show. And also use the robot to like we keep on using. So this is potential use case for us. But I think like probably the presentation of the voice is not very clear. I'm not sure like you guys can like understand what is talking.
Yeah, but I think I got some notice that it was like high novelty in terms of the robot with the sensors on top in the applications. I think it was.
Yeah, they also have like similar to energy robotics like software platform. But not, I wasn't like probably their selling point more would be on the hardware on the robotic.
Yeah, I have some big value. I actually visited their office in Tokyo.
Okay.
And yeah, they are expanding very fast. And their solution is very cheap. But they have a lot of operational problems, a lot. And one of them is with the battery touch, you're gonna have to send 2 men to carry it out to the charging platform. And even if the robot by itself made it to the charging platform, it cannot align itself with the platform itself. So you need also to send a man there. So it's not fully autonomous. But if E.ON are like interested in contacting them, we would like to collaborate.
Oh, wow. I remember seeing the video from the Hydro-Quebec, the robot going into the house, so you guys connect well.
Yeah, we tested quadrupeds and we don't work. I mean,
right.
They're very, very hard to use also on the typical gravel yards that we have for our outside stations.
Substations, okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, so from your perspective, of course, in general, interesting solution, but I also had my huge question mark. So to be honest, I was not sure if they now focus on the robotic hardware platform, the sensor, what is actually their sweet spot, and then also the software or not, or this was a bit. It's about.
And they focus in the robotic like hardware, which is much cheaper than like what you having by home. And the dog can carry different things. Yeah. So mostly steering it would be more high definition camera. Use image analytics, video, videos. Yeah.
Honestly speaking, price to value.
There's another one on the other side.
Very efficient, very
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Cost
It's
effective.
the price to value. So maybe
I think you would be interested to if you test that would be interesting for us to see that. Because obviously we already have some of the Boston Dynamics robots running around and
hopefully we can bring them into our next round at least. To have like more conversation with them. Yeah. If they appear like they promised me, they will bring their dog to Hong Kong. If they will be able to get into public team.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good sharing, good insights. Second one, Shandong high end. So I know this was not the logo, it was the red one. You also brought it in with what you call the button.
Yes, so our interest would be on the icing part first. So because of the China, western part of China, the icing issue actually quite serious, and even some of our transmission tower collapse. So there we are thinking about different kind of solution. Coating is probably the one of the most efficient one to prevent the icing issue. And we are also looking for like solution how to apply the coating. And then we find like this company. Yeah. Actually, I refer them to like apply. So this would be our perspective.
We have an interest in the fall protection device that they offer. So something I don't know over safety of our people. I don't know if any other company has interest in the fall protection device.
Same for us. It's if we are to do something dynamics, that the perspective for intervals. The issue, I think, and our from our experience of also working with like HangZhou, like and so on, we anticipate some communication challenges, but apart from that, the solution itself, it's
even actually his English is like quite good.
The solutions work was also interesting for us.
Like when
to be honest, I found that like the pitch you saw basically there was generic to translating at the same time.
Yeah.
It was really difficult. I mean, for us it will be super hard to position that somewhere beyond. To be honest.
I support you guys.
CLP does the two pilots, and we are a strong observer of the.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, this is one possibility that free electrons allowed. Great. Great. The third pitch we had was from the Indian startup, Nano Sense, and you guys, I think, brought it proposal. For them.
Yeah, we still need some more data, I guess. Their main question was compared to manual sampling. So just need to share some of that. And we haven't seen that information before about the battery containers and some of the other gas detection. So we'll go back and share.
But anyways, if you still have further questions, be sure to put them on file. We'll pass them on. Anybody else on multi-nano?
For us, it's interesting. They are similar to Fast Sense from last year. They seem a bit more ready. So Fast Sense, we have been having some discussions with them, and we don't have a pilot yet because they don't have a solution ready. These guys seem to have a solution ready. This degassing topic is important for us, mostly for the transformers health monitoring. So it's likely that we'll try to have some more discussion. I think their main advantage from what we saw is that they are probably they are cheaper than some of the main competitors. There's another solution pitching today or tomorrow, which is Mayak, and they are basically in the same space. These ones seem to be cheaper than Mayak, so we will likely to follow up with that.
Second pitch now. Yeah.
Okay. Would agree, same for you.
Same for you. Okay.
Yeah, same thing on our side. It's the price that is of interest.
Okay. So pricing is a topic for all right. Then we have from Turkey ratio and EDP and CLP. You have shown interest.
Yeah, we voted them in. To be honest, I was a bit disappointed. I thought that they would have, because something that caught our attention was the hardware part from the pitch deck. And the idea of having a battery that can provide all these services in the electricity market. After all, they are just an EMS. I think the forecasting part, the trading in certain markets, it's potentially interesting, but I think they are pretty much in Turkey right now. So they have a low development level. So it's very unlikely that we'll continue the discussion.
They were saying that they provide a system, not only the hardware, but the system.
It's only the
big. Yeah. Any other impressions on ratio? Thank you.
For us, actually, we are just like trying to understand more because there are quite some this kind of similar solution providers in the market, even in Mainland China. Yeah, so we are just trying to understand what are the differentiations so that they have quite some. Otherwise, we're not have like strong interest.
Makes sense. Okay, differentiation and see different. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have 4 minutes and 4 startups. Assetcool, I noticed Assetcool had quite an interest. Some say like it's very interesting novel, but not for us. Others no. So Assetcool, what do you guys think? So ESB had a gold button and HangZhou Quebec as well.
Yeah, I can add a bit to that. Assetcool is a company that we came to know in the course of last year.
Okay.
And we had a few discussions already with them, along with our robotics team, because we feel that there is potentially a common interest in working together so that their solution can be used on energized lines and be applied, making use of what robotic advances we have, but also our 2 sensors that we have developed to measure the actual before and after effect of their coating on reflectivity and absorptivity of conductors. So with this in the works, you know, if it stands the proof of time, this is bang on something that we feel very relevant for our network.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We are also very much interested in Assetcool, not just the coating part, which is very interesting, but the robots that can actually apply the coating automatically. And that's something we didn't have a lot of time for more questions on this. I'd be curious to understand their readiness level for the robot itself. But it's something that we are very much interested in. I think this one could potentially be a good one also for a multi-utility approach that we can test in 1 or 2 different locations and compare results.
That would be really helpful for Origin. We don't do it, but in terms of getting traction internally, because it's such an issue, the constraint in transmission and distribution for renewable deployment. So,
and I'm guessing it can be applied when the line is still in tariffs.
Well, we'll have to validate that. Technically, it could, but we don't know yet how it's going to behave. So we're going to test it. This is part of the project that we're designing with them.
Very good. Okay. So, yeah, I think cool that you have the whole setup kind of already. Everybody watches your experiment on them, your validation. I think that's useful. Now, I don't know if we have time.
We have already 2 startups ready in the room.
We don't have time.
1 minute, 2, but we have more debriefs, and also by the end of the day, we have this extra half an hour. So I think whenever we.
Sure. But anyways, what I propose is we do these 3 startups just before we go to lunch, and we give them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. I will let everyone's ready. We are waiting for you, Matthew from Norway. It is page 49. Hi, Matthew. Good afternoon. Great to have you. Welcome to the pitch event, and we are a big group here waiting to get to know your solution better. We are ready. So whenever you are, please share your screen and you can start your presentation. We will be counting 6 minutes for your presentation.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Okay. Screen should now be visible, I think.
Very well.
Excellent. So, good afternoon. My name is Matthew. I'm the CEO of Reind. We are a spin-out from the world's leading renewable energy consultancy, DNV, and we're on a mission to keep wind turbines out of landfill. Many of you might know that right now, thousands of tons of wind turbine blades are piling up in landfill every day. And this is a senseless waste of material that could be used to fuel the energy transition. But this is really just the tip of the iceberg of this problem, and it's the most visual part of this problem. The real problem is that the amount of turbines that are coming offline is accelerating exponentially year on year. And in fact, it's accelerating so fast that soon there'll be more turbines that are being decommissioned than new ones are being installed. And given the fact that we want to increase the global capacity of renewable energy by over 650% by 2050, these numbers just simply don't add up. We need to find ways to install bigger, better turbines at these existing sites. And this is where Rewind comes in. We provide the ultimate end-of-life decision-making platform to the owners of older wind farms and allow them to maximize the value of those assets at end of life, reduce the waste that's being generated, and enable them to build bigger, better wind farms. I know you guys are probably wondering, well, how does that actually work through a piece of software? I'm going to very quickly show you. So this is Rewind. It is a B2B SaaS product. And the very first thing that we do is we break down the materials that are in your turbines. This is essential if you want to decommission anything. You need to know what kind of waste streams you're handling and how to manage those to maximize the value. We've built this based on over 30 years of data from DNV, and we've been working with OEMs to be able to model literally any turbine in the world today. We combine this with our database of over 800 facilities worldwide to help you find the best solution for your projects to minimize the amount of waste that goes to landfill, but also to maximize the value and minimize the decommissioning cost of those projects. You can optimize and find different solutions for end of life for your wind farms at the touch of a button. And finally, we've got a reporting module that can be used to go to municipalities and councils that can create valuable reports at the touch of a button that would usually take upwards of 8+ weeks for a consultant to put together. So, I mean, that was a very, very quick demo. If you want to learn more, let's have a chat afterwards. But I mean, we think Rewind is amazing, but don't just take it from me. We've got lots of really happy customers. SSE, for example, are the largest owner of renewables assets in Scotland, and they've been with us since 2023. And so far, we estimate we've saved them over 800 days trying to do these end-of-life analysis and make those end-of-life decisions. And we estimate we've saved them over $460,000 compared to using consultancy-based service, which is where I used to work. So I know how much they cost. And they're not alone. We've got customers all over the world, and we're growing rapidly. We've got customers on 3 different continents, some of the biggest names in the industry today, people like Statkraft, RES, BP, and others. And that's where the free electrons come in. We want you guys to also join this revolution in terms of end-of-life management of wind farms. And why you guys? Well, you guys are leaders in renewable energy. You guys have a combined portfolio that's going to reach over 90 gigawatts by 2030. And it's actually quite old as well, averaging around 13 years, sorry. And you're also leaders in circular economy. And that's our reason for being, to help the wind industry transition to a fully circular economy. Now, just to be sure, we ran the numbers on that as well. So based on your portfolios of assets, if you were to implement Rewind today, we estimate that we could save you as much as $2.9 million collectively. And fast forward to 2030, as more wind farms come offline and new ones are built, we see the need for Rewind growing and increasing the total possible savings to about $8.4 million. But it's not all about the money. We also are highly focused on that transition to circular economy, as I mentioned. We've worked very hard with people like Ørsted, where before they started working with Rewind, the circularity rate of their project, which is the amount of materials that will actually be reused and recycled after decommissioning a project, was able to increase from 81% to over 95%. And we want to recreate that with the free electrons partners. And that's why we're proposing a pilot program. We're proposing a 2-phase pilot. Phase 1 would be to implement Rewind as it is today across your entire portfolio. Immediately, we will be able to reduce the decommissioning costs for your portfolio by over 30% and aim to increase that circularity rate by 15%. We could kick this off tomorrow, immediately, and it would take just 3 months to start feeling the full benefit. Phase 2 will be to implement version 2 of Rewind, which is just about to launch. There, we've been focused on optimizing the emissions from decommissioning, as well as optimizing the repowering or reinstallation of those turbines on the new sites. And we need people like the free electrons partners to test and validate that solution. We can implement that straight after the implementation of version 1, and we'd have a 9-month pilot period. This could cost as little as $3,000 per month per customer. Now, we obviously would like the entire cohort to be involved, but from our analysis, we see that potentially CLP, EDP, ESB, and JERA could benefit the most from this, given the aging portfolio of approximately 13 years on average, the high waste reduction targets that you guys have set, and that high potential return on investment. Now, I don't want to brag, but we've actually done this before. Rewind version 1 was built on a successful pilot with these 7 customers. It was a 3-month pilot, and we managed to save them almost 2,000 workdays and save them over $700,000 compared to doing this analysis elsewhere. So I'd like to finish off by inviting you to become industry leaders in the end-of-life management of wind farms. You'll get unlimited access for all of your users and companies worldwide, discounted access to our software, and the opportunity to set the standard for the end-of-life management of wind farms. What we need from you in return is regular usage, monthly feedback, access to real data and real-world examples of Rewind in use, and case studies that can help solidify our position as market leader. I'm Matthew Garrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Let's move to questions right away.
Hello, Matthew. This is Sajid from JERA, and congratulations on making it through to the top 60 startups. I have a few questions for you here. The first one, can your platform track the flow of materials throughout the decommissioning process?
Yeah, so that's something we've been building into V2 at the moment. We've done some offline proof of concepts with customers actually tracking the materials all the way from planning, decommissioning through to end of life and recycling those materials. And there we lean on our strong network of those 800 plus providers that I mentioned to be able to track where those materials are going. So that's something we would love to focus on in V2 of the product.
Does your platform account for the varying international regulations and rules and standards related to wind turbine decommissioning?
Absolutely. So we have done a lot of work on mapping the regulations across particularly Europe, North America, and Asia, where most of our customers are today. The regulations, even in the UK, can vary massively compared to where I'm based in Norway, for example, or where I come from in Ireland. And there's different requirements that you need to meet, particularly around repowering and what permits you need and why you need to put in place bonds for decommissioning as well. And we really try to capitalize on that in our tool.
It's a technical question. How do you ensure the accuracy of your cost model, particularly for projects that has limited historical data?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're a spin out from DNV, so we have access to data that they've been collecting for over 30 years, and we've also been able to validate it, particularly our cost models, against real world projects where DNV had acted as owner's engineer on those projects and be able to compare the results that we're getting to what they actually experienced in real life. And on top of that, also, it's a bottom-up model. We're very transparent. We share every single assumption that goes behind our model. So if there's something that's different in reality, the tool is so flexible that you can overwrite our inputs and make sure it's accurate for your scenario.
I have no more questions.
Matthew Sylvain from Quebec. Could you just explain a bit more, how using your tool basically, because you referred to, some, savings, workday savings. So is it like, so how does that translate again to workday savings? Is it like reducing the admin burden that the owner would have to go through anyway? So kind of automatizing steps and all this?
Yeah, so step one is reducing the admin burden. Typically, we see how our customers solve this problem today is they come to somebody like DNV and ask them to do an analysis or a decommissioning cost analysis, set up a decommissioning plan. And I used to do those studies, and I found that there's a much more effective and flexible way to deliver this through a software tool. And we're just 10 times cheaper than that first of all. That's the very first savings that we can provide. The second part is that when it actually comes to optimizing your decommissioning costs, a consultant will give you a solution. They won't give you the optimal solution. We have the software to allow you to find the optimal solution for your project and thus save on actually decommissioning the project as well.
Thanks.
Very good. Time is up. Matthew, thank you very much for your time, your presentation, and all the explanation about your product. That is everything for today. The 10 minutes passed very quickly. So thank you one more.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate it, guys. Very nice to meet you. Thanks.
We will be in touch. Thank you.
I'll just leave the room.
Yes, exactly. Okay, it's got it. Very good. Let's get ready for Mayak right now. We are waiting for Andrei. He will dial in from Finland, and this is page 38 in our books. I know he was ready already to present, so we will be here in a second. Oh, hi, Andrei.
Yeah, hello.
Great to have you. Welcome to the pitch room, and congratulations on being in the top 60 of Free Electrons 2025. We are ready. We can already see your screen. So you can start your presentation anytime. We will be counting 6 minutes for your presentation.
Can I start? Yes, hello. Thank you very much for having me. Well, our product is online multi-gas DGA monitor based on new principles. It needs, sorry. It needs to control the dissolved gases. This is the best way to detect developing faults in transformers, main segment of generation transmission in energy sector. There are a lot of online solutions which can do it, but all of them are either inaccurate or expensive or difficult to operate. Our task was to create the new one, useful and accurate instrument. The problem especially important for old transformers when the hazard rate is increasing gradually. There is a solution in general, like it looks, it's like some boxes near transformers, and the target aim of this solution to catch the increasing gases when they goes forward. There are two main solutions currently in the energy. It's gas chromatography and photoacoustics. Both have disadvantages. Also, like difficult in operation and the costs together with it. Some technologies, mostly not measuring gases, but using the machine learning and calculation, which can allow to control the gases like it needs, like a lab, and it can miss important defects and it can avoid to transformer losses. So our solution use the new approach, mostly known in the energy, but never used for those purposes. This is a lasers technology, which provide exact and very accurate measurements based on analysis of absorption spectra. Laser, due to thin light, can catch exact gases in the difficult mixture which exists on transformer oil. And together with another new solution, the reference channel, which provide the elimination of drifts of measuring cells, measuring components during the whole life cycle of the device. We have the very new, very again accurate solution with best results in our market. Best repeatability and measurements closest to the labs. If put all competitions in the one table, our solution looks like the best on the price and operation too. It's more amazing because the laser prices lower and lower from year to year, and we hope to get the price level for final solution on the probably the best gain, and we can get the market share. It's very fast. We now in the production stage, we go through the all investigations. Today we are producing the first small series. We have some project closed, 14 devices in production or sold. And together with it, we have some dealers in the world, from Brazil to Korea. It's a new one, not market here. And our device is using together with the special software, which provide to the customer the recommendation instead of measurements. So it's a full diagnostic solution. It seems I'm in time.
Yes, Andrei, you are right on time. Let's right now move to questions. We have 4 minutes for that.
Hi, Andrei. Fergal Egan here from ESP Networks in Ireland. Congratulations on bringing your new technology and developing it. Well done. I have a question. So we typically inspect our transformers once every year, and that inspection cycle seems to work for us. Is there a particular class of transformer asset or age of asset that you think continuous or ongoing monitoring is most appropriate for, based on your own experience?
I think it's 100 kV and upper. And of course, again, the main for me, for us, it's old transformers, like 30 years and older, when the faults are very high probability.
Okay, very good. Can you tell us a little bit about your decision support system, or that whole process where data is taken from your device and brought into your system, and then providing direction to the transformer owner, the utility company? What expertise have you got to provide advice that might be different than the utility might be able to come up with it in terms of its own experience?
There are two ways probably. First is the high speed defects. It's a very high speed, like on the screen. You see some 2 or 3 hours, and the transformer can be lost. So the first idea catch it, to catch and inform. The second way is controlling also, just a moment, together online and offline data. Like here, it's not so big scale, but sorry. It's provide verifying data, comparing data, and using using also measurements and influence factors, and take into consideration the maintenance, some changing in equipment, etc. So indeed, it's a big software with a lot of models based on transformer oil, on bushing, on temperature, and etc.
Okay, thanks. And I think I read on your pitch deck that you have a trial or a pilot going on in Finland at the moment. And is that just looking at one transformer, or I think your device can monitor multiple transformers at a time. Is it just looking at one transformer?
Can you please repeat the question? Sorry.
You have a trial in Finland at the moment, is that correct?
No, we have some trials. First in Italy, second in Asia.
Okay. And for any of those trials, are you just monitoring one transformer with your device, or does it monitor multiple transformers?
For trials, we're using one transformer, but we can also use 3 one-phase transformers. It's also correct.
Okay. And for transformers that are using mineral oil versus vegetable oil, is there any difference? Does it work equally well across them all?
It doesn't matter. Our device working for all type of oils.
Okay, thank you.
Right on time, although we have more questions in the room, Andrei, but we will make sure to get this question to you in a written form. So everything is answered. Andrei, congratulations and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks to have you. And well, from now on, we will be in touch for sure. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very good. Maxime, make sure to note the question, okay? We didn't have enough time. And right now, let's get ready for Neuron Soundware. It will be Pavel from the Czech Republic. This page 41, if anyone is following our books. Hello, hi Pavel.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon. Pleasure meeting you today.
Welcome and congratulations on being on the top 60 of free elections 2025. Here, you delved into a room full of interested, minds to listen more about your solution. So whenever you're ready, we can see your screen. We will be counting 6 minutes for your presentation, okay?
Okay, good. So I'm ready and we can start.
Go ahead.
Good. So hello, everyone. I'm Pavel Trojanek. I'm in charge of sales and marketing in Neuron Soundware. We are a company based in Prague, Czechia, and operating globally. And it's a big honor for me today to introduce you to the technology, helping with transitions towards sustainable energy solutions. What we do is that we deliver artificial intelligence, IoT, and edge computing solutions to maximize the performance of industrial equipment and processes. And we do it by analyzing sound and other physical parameters. We address the key industry challenges by focusing on the grid instability and unpredictability, because it increases the demand on existing distribution infrastructure. We digitize the quality and process control, and we prevent outages and downtime by proactively monitoring power distribution assets to detect anomalies and prevent failures. Our company also bridges the skills gap we mitigate the impact of workforce shortages, enabling the predictive maintenance and reducing the reliance of manual inspections. We make power grid distribution operations more efficient and sustainable. The ultimate benefits we deliver are in savings on manufacturing monitoring procedures, and we increase asset productivity and saving on energies. Our innovation breakthroughs have been acknowledged by many blue chip companies around the world. We have served over 130 installations on 3 continents so far, and we collected about 1 billion of data, which served us for making our algorithms autonomous and reliable. And what does the solution look like? It consists of 3 parts: our own edge IoT device, the web-based software application, and machine learning algorithms that process the data either in cloud or on-site and in real time. And what is the unique competitive advantage of our solution? We have developed our own IoT device because there was not fast enough solution on the market. And now it has been awarded as a top 5 digital maintenance solutions for monitoring in Europe. Then we select the most suiting sensors for each application. For instance, on transformers, which I will be presenting, the traditional method, right, vibro diagnostics, wasn't reliable enough and sufficient enough. So that's why we always look on the market for the best sensors. And for our data collection and processing capability, we have been awarded as a top 10 in the world for the data processing and the reliability of the algorithms. Then the data can be displayed either in our platform or we integrate into the customer systems. And for this easy integration and scalability, we have been awarded as a #1 solution for predictive maintenance by the company ABB. We focus on 3 main areas in which the energy and power distribution plays a significant role. Besides of monitoring of wind turbines, transformers, and CHP units and other distribution equipment, we monitor also the assets in manufacturing environments and in transportation and mobility, like the airports, metros, and so on. And in Germany, we have been selected as a preferred vendor for the transformers monitoring, which I'll be presenting to you shortly. Let's take a closer look how it works. If deployed totally on the transformers in your transformer fleet, we can deliver you the added value about 371,000 euros per asset, which means that by preventing the downtime, preventing the regular checks and the need for the personnel on site, we can increase the value of the transformer itself. Also by extending the lifespan of the transformer. Besides the partial discharge monitoring, the original equipment manufacturers prefer the remote monitoring capabilities because they don't need to perform on-site preventive maintenance procedures. This saves time and resolves the lack of skilled personnel. This covers also the temperature of the oil inside the transformer, the oil level, or transformer loading or humming noise and other phenomena within the transformer. Within the pilot plan, we propose to help you to install the solution either remotely or on-site, and they will deploy at least like 20 or 30 transformers and monitor them at the same time. So you see the data and we can analyze them. And this is how it looks. You see the results in the dashboard, very clearly see the data, see the deterioration of the equipment, and get the notification and insights and insightful and actionable insights from us. So you see at every moment what condition is your equipment at and what to do. We are a certified company, so all the data are secured. And also our work is complying with all the standards according to the ISO and C certifications. It's been a pleasure to introduce you to one of our applications, transformers monitoring, and I'm looking forward hearing your questions and go more into the depth.
Perfect, Pavel. Thank you very much. Let's go to questions right now.
Okay. Hi, Pavel. I'm Masami from Jira. Thank you for a great pitch and congratulations on being on the list of the top 60. I'm very interested in the use case in the offshore wind space. So I have a couple of questions for you. First, from the technology side, do we need to create a recording and machine learning on each machine we want to inspect?
Because we have already collected 1 billion of data from the equipment, our algorithms have been already trained. So from the first deployment, we already know like a certain condition of the asset. But always we need to adopt the algorithms to the individual assets, but it takes a little time. It takes hours or little days to retrain the model and adapt it to the particular machine. But you don't need to be worried about the false alerts or about like too many notifications for the operators. We take care of it. We have a remote support of our diagnosticians and analysts who help you remotely. So it doesn't put any more workload on you and on your personnel.
It sounds good. Next question is, the processing is done on edge devices. So do we need to procure the edge devices for each equipment and predictions are provided locally to the site or sent to the dedicated source cloud?
Yeah. Depending on how far is every equipment from each other, we can input like more sensors to one IoT device. This can absorb like 4 inputs, but we have also the IoT boxes with 16. So there doesn't need to be individual IoT box for each transformer. But depends on the environment. And the data can be integrated into your system, so you will have it in your centralized dashboard, or you can have it in our dashboards depending on your preference. But you can always see it remotely from any kind of mobile phone, tablet, or computer anywhere from the world.
And from the business side, how will you leverage existing partnership to enhance your market performances?
Yeah, we work with the data from our customers, so we collaborate together. It's a mutual collaboration on the project. So we leverage your data, and our machine learning engineers take care of it. So we make sure that we work with the existing data already.
Okay. And what are the biggest challenges you anticipate in the expanding the product or service offering globally?
Yeah. We have been about 7 years on the market, so we have been overcoming a lot of obstacles. For instance, the durability of the cables, so the animals don't eat the cables once it's installed. And we have made a solution so that it's possible to package it and send it to Malaysia, Japan, Philippines, and there the personnel is able to install it individually. So this was a big challenge to make it accessible for everyone, but with our portal, online application, and our support, now it's possible, and we are very, very glad and happy and proud that we made it happen.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to discuss more, but I'm sorry, everyone, I cannot share the opportunity to have the Q&A session.
We have one more question, although we just have 10 seconds, so I guess there are even more.
We can record, we can write down.
I suggest we take those questions and have enough time in a written form. So Pavel, we will share with you the questions that were not asked here during these 4 minutes in a written form so that you have a chance to answer to them all. But for today, thank you very much for 10 minutes. Passed very quickly, but it was great to get to know your solution.
Thank you very much. It's been a big pleasure. Thank you very much for the questions, and let's stay in touch. And I'm looking forward to continue a discussion in a forum or anywhere else.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Very good. Right now, we are getting ready to our last stage before longer break. Okay, and in this group, it will be Synergi Solutions, waiting for Antti from Finland. Okay, it is page 58 in our book. Antti is already with us. Hello. Good afternoon, Antti.
Good afternoon.
Great to have you with us. Congratulations on being in the top 60. We are very eager and happy to meet you and get to know your solution. The room is ready. Everyone is ready for your presentation. So you can share your screen, start whenever you're ready, and we will count 6 minutes for that presentation.
Fantastic. Sounds very good. Hopefully you can see my screen well. Hello, everyone. I'm Antti Hämmäinen, the CEO and co-founder of Synergi. I come from Helsinki, Finland, where we drive the energy transition forward with smart software solutions and build bridges between households, utilities, and network operators. Now, the main problems we're able to solve for the utilities participating in the free electrons program are as follows. Number one, energy retailers face rising costs and price volatility and really struggle to make the most out of household flexibility amid the whole electrification and the massive DER adoption. And number two, network operators face growing grid congestion and massive investment needs as electrification accelerates and grids are really becoming the bottleneck of green transition all over the world. Now, how we solve this is pretty simple in the end. It's flexibility, and in this case, household flexibility. Synergi already supports households in smart energy management in over 10 countries. And our value proposition for households is very simple. We let them do three things. Connect their high-consuming electricity devices like EVs, heat pumps, water boilers, home batteries, solar into our platform. Secondly, we let them optimize the consumption of the devices. So pretty much demand shifting, for example, based on the day-ahead prices or some other grid tariffs, whatever is the need. Thirdly, we help them monetize and we let them help the energy grid with their demand flexibility through participation in, for example, TSO reserve markets, local flexibility markets, or for example, in some smart consumption programs with our utility partners. In the free electrons program, we're looking to achieving some of the following pilot opportunities. This is kind of like what we bring on board. Firstly, for energy retailers, we want to offer a way to reduce profile risk and improve the margins of electricity procurement. We do this by offering a smart consumption program for fixed tariff households and by using our ready-to-launch software. The outcome should be that based on the country, we can roughly save 200 to 300 or even more in profile costs by actually being able to buy the electricity during cheaper prices. Secondly, we're also looking for network operators who are interested in utilizing the household flexibility in their own network area and in the peak shaving. We do this by onboarding households from your network area into a flexibility program where we get the possibility to control the demand based on the local grid situation on, for example, a postal code area or even a substation area, whatever is the kind of needed granularity. The outcome of this is that we have increased flexibility locally and we can perform demand response while facing different congestion-related problems. And we can also leverage the data and insights for future grid planning and the investment decisions that we need to do quite a lot as electrification increases. Now, let's have a look at some of our kind of customer stories. And let's start with the energy retailing one. We always focus at Synergi on making household flexibility an actually profitable thing for our utility partners. Here's a very powerful example. This is a pilot we just concluded with our Latvian partner who aim to reduce their procurement costs and in the future secure revenue from the TSO flexibility markets that just launched in the Baltics. We ran a pilot where we onboarded Latvian households to a managed charging program. In the red, you can see the kind of normal behavior of the households. In the yellow graph, you can see the average system price during the pilot. And in the blue, you can see the impact of our software. So kind of like how we actually adjusted the consumption. With this, the results were really good. We improved the margin from -1% to 27%, or actually 28% in total. The customer satisfaction was really high. And as a next step, we will have a wider rollout for their whole customer base, and then start also participating in the reserve markets and securing the revenue from that. In another pilot in Finland, we're partnering with 5 DSOs that control over 100,000 kilometers of distribution lines, and they serve also over 1 million households. They want to utilize the local flexibility in their own network area to cut down the peak consumption hours. The problem is that in some areas, the electrification is progressing so fast, the grids cannot keep up with the pace. And we all know this is a massive problem everywhere. Finland is even like an odd place to start with a project like this because the grid is so strong. But in this project, we kind of first gather this flexibility portfolio from their network area. And then on the second phase, we actually start concluding these demand response events. We want to understand the euros to megawatt hours function of this. So we can understand like how much local flexibility plays a role in future grid planning. How much can we actually use flexibility? How much is there potential for that? And then this will be the kind of future of the local flexibility markets in the future, in Finland at least. Now, just to conclude everything, we believe that every household should have easy and free access to smart energy management. And also we believe that flexibility is the key currency of the energy industry. Synergi is the first European non-utility, at least, to utilize these cloud-connected household devices in the following markets. And this is kind of like what we can bring on board to the free electrons program and the utilities participating. Thanks a lot for listening, and sorry for going a little bit over time.
That's fine, Antti, thank you. Let's move to questions from utilities.
Hi, Antti, this is Samuel from E.ON. So congrats for making it to the top 60 and a really great and exciting pitch. I would like to start with the question regarding the customer engagement. Probably you could elaborate a bit more how you onboard new customers. By that I mean B2C customers, and probably you can also explain if you already have some gamification elements in your solution, or how are the customers motivated to act in a good, friendly way.
Yeah, so Synergi is an open platform application for every household in Europe, in the future, also in some other markets like Australia, Canada, North America. Most of our users at the moment have dynamic tariffs, so they have huge implicit incentive to use the service. We have households from over 100 different utility companies, so we believe that everyone is able to kind of use the service. The main reason they use the service is the monetary value they get, so the savings that they get from demand shifting, or the earnings they get from demand response, and that is kind of like the main driver of motivation for households to use the service at the moment, while we also naturally do try to create a great user experience through the service, because that's also very core thing about these services of the future.
What do households save on average with your solution in Finland?
Yeah, so on average, I think our household customers are able to save roughly 300 to 500 euros per annum. We based on our different features, for example, smart climate, where we optimize home heating and cooling, it's roughly 20% on the heating costs. Smart charging, I think at the moment it's roughly 50% that we can save. We have smart solar features, which then optimize the solar consumption. I think that saving is more on the transmission cost side. That's roughly 150 to 200 euros. So it depends a little bit on the setup. And every household is unique in a way. Everyone has different devices, different routines, different preferences. So in a way, we believe in this kind of system that can cater all different preferences and all different devices. So it's kind of like a matrix in the end that we're able to cater every single unique use case that we see in for example, European households.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned you're expanding mainly into Europe as a next step. Can you explain in a little bit more detail which markets you are entering next and what challenges you foresee?
Yeah. So at the moment, we're kind of like onboarding the clients from the Baltic countries, but we have like individual users we already have for the service from all of these countries. So pretty much from every Nord Pool country. We're in heavy discussions with utility companies in for example, Southern Europe, kind of like the software, because we have a purely software-driven model. So we can also be quite selective wherever we see relevant partners for the product. We can also be there. But I think the most relevant markets can be identified from pace of electrification, volatility of prices, and then the state of the flexibility markets in the selected target market. So those three characteristics play a big role when we consider kind of expansion. But also, what is super important is to understand is that, for example, in most countries, households have fixed tariffs. And if we want to make sure that they are also on board in these smart energy programs, we need to have these kind of programs for them, that they have the reason to use these services. We have the luxury in the Nordics that the people who use our service love it because they get so much savings because they have dynamic tariffs. But that will take years before becoming mainstream in for example, Central Europe or Southern Europe or even globally. So depending on the use case, we're super flexible and also very kind of opportunistic in the expansion if there's a great fit.
So two very quick questions, and thank you, Antti, for the pitch, Andrea here from EDP. First question is, from most of your projects, it looks like you're using EVs as the main source of flexibility. Is that the case, or are you using other devices from the household?
Yeah, heat pumps are nowadays the most used solution in the platform. We have over double the amount of heat pumps than EVs actually on board at the moment. And next, I think the whole thing is based that we want to also control the whole home, not just individual assets, because I don't think households will want to use 5 different apps for EV, heat pump, blah, blah, blah. So heat pumps is the most typical, but EVs are extremely powerful from a utility point of view.
Okay, got it. And very last, here in the chat we have, how do you deal with saturation of the auxiliary service market in the Nordics, leading to the lower prices?
So it was the duration of the ancillary service market.
How do you deal with the saturation of the market, basically?
Oh yeah, well, we believe in a multi-market approach. We like ancillary services is one part of the pie. Where the kind of deepest value is with utility companies, then ancillary services important, and also local flexibility important, but you cannot place your bets on a single market. You need to have a multi-market approach, and that's how we see that we can build the kind of most profitable value proposition for, first of all, households and also the other stakeholders in this space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Antti, that is everything. We passed a little bit time and all that 10 minutes really passed very quickly. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, everyone. Wishing you a great rest of the day, and we'll stay in touch.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Okay, we are in the room. Right now we have time to debrief, and after that we will go for the lunch break. Okay? We can use the debrief really to fill up the boards and already talk about those startups. So we will all together move to the lunch there, and let's try to be We can do it.
Okay, so before lunch, and I know you're hungry, so we'll do it quickly. Let's do the 3 startups that we didn't cover in the previous group. Okay, so do your evaluation, and then we do the debrief.
Zoals dit zijn de streepel, dat is steeds maar is
One, yeah. Before you go to
I think he's
No, it's just Yes.
Yeah.
So right now, we don't use drones, so we use with efficiency that you know. What we use
satellite data, but then find.
We use, the thing with satellite data is that there are two issues, which is for high resolution satellite data, it's very expensive. So that's something that we want to test against these. And the other thing is that they are not fully updated. So you can get much more resolution from these sort of approaches than you would get from satellite data, which has a lot of things that are inaccurate.
So you basically compare to energy hawk.
Sort of, yeah. Different approaches, but yeah, in the end, they would provide the same.
I think the difference with Energy Hawk though was that the Energy Hawk would try to optimize the actual system size, where they just give you a.
Yes.
You
Now,
still
here
need,
it's just
still
a
need an
3D
Energy
modeling.
Hawk or some sort of system to design optimal size.
This is much more like key tech.
Yeah,
Sort of, yeah. But the thing with key tech is that they are more towards thermal mapping.
Yeah.
And here it's just a 3D modeling, let's say.
With the internal, you also have information for that, yeah.
Well, it's not clear why you need the 3D model, because, you know, because QTech actually gets data that you can action, you know, on the thermal loss of the building.
But
You know,
then
you're not
with
gonna
these,
stick solar panels on the side of the building.
yeah, whereas with these, we can embed in our own platforms and use it for solar plants.
In Australia, you get satellite modeling, and then you go out, then when the installer goes out there, they get, first thing they do is get a drone, and they tell you all the things you can't do from your satellite imagery. So for us, it would be, is that cheaper than what we already have to do, which is sending installers out there with a drone anyway in Australia to find out all the stuff you can't get from your satellite imagery.
That's Energy Hawk or this one?
That's what I'm saying. It would be interesting for us if they were willing to go to Australia, whether they were cheaper than what we currently have, which is quite interesting.
Okay, thank you. Third was Enline Energy. Eon, you guys had a good button, unfortunately, so.
Yeah, I'm really curious to hear more about that, what you're doing with them. Already got some feedback from some of our good guys. They are still interested, but we definitely need to dig a bit deeper to understand how strong their models are. And still the questions on the data they need was, for me, still a bit unclear. Because that's for us at least a big issue to have the right data available to play around some small models.
So definitely high accuracy. You guys are comparing with sensors and.
Yeah, so what we're doing, we're running a pilot on DLR with and without sensors. So we are running several solutions at the same time. Enline is one of them for the sensorless part, and we want to compare and see what they lose in accuracy if we can compensate somehow of having less costs and less time to install because there's no sensors involved. We're looking at it for medium and high voltage right now, and it started like a few weeks ago. We don't have any results yet. But yeah, overall, the solution is interesting and we want to compare against others.
So their contention that there is 95% accuracy is unproven at this point.
For us, at least, it's not proven yet.
Out of curiosity, and Andre, what kind of data do you have to provide or needed as input for the models to calculate?
Most of it is publicly available data, so weather data, speed, wind speed, and so on. So there's a lot about publicly available data, and then what we share is mostly around the charge that goes into the line. That's the type of data that it's not a lot of things that they need from our side. It's mostly how charged is the line and how at every moment in time the capacity that the line is.
But like the state of the conductor, you know, emissivity and whether it's corroded or not, you know.
I don't think we're sharing at this stage. I don't think we're sharing that with them.
And when do you expect results?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know, but we can ask the DSO, and I exchanged a message. They are open for a meeting if you want to know then more details about the project. We can ask our DSO for a short session to share more about it.
What type of voltage you're
It's
talking?
30 and 60 kilovolts.
How much?
30 and 60.
Thanks. Last one in this batch was Fibersail. And they had an interest from JERA, Hydro-Quebec, and also ESB, the Golden Button. An interesting solution. What were your thoughts after the pitch?
Yeah, we like it. If they can do what they say, then it's very interesting, where we have some downside we just need to just double check on, and it's peculiar. It seems to be some issue where the OEMs require it or not. The OEM require is kind of make it really hard.
He said no, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know he said no. That's what we have to check a few things. Like, that's what he said. If he does what he says, yeah, it's with that. So we put it up, yeah, as one to follow through on, and we'll see what I'll pick it. But if you go online, you can see there's a very detailed presentation by Vestas, and they have this thing wired that does everything. So there's something inconsistent with what you just said. So we just need to check that inconsistency. But definitely, and the ability to retrofit it, we're not really able to use fix the stuff we have. So
Good to see also side note that you guys have gone green.
The other question to ask them, John, will be, have had any warranty issues with the OEMs?
Yeah, exactly. We could do.
Maybe just to shed some light here, we know Fibersail very well. They were part of our innovation program last year. We had several meetings with them. We had Cameron would say long-term engagement with them. And for some months, we tried to figure out how to run something with them. The two main challenges that we got was that there was no interest from the OEM. So we tried with Vestas, for instance, and they said that they were not interested, and without the OEMs buying, it's very hard to do something with their technology. So that's one thing. And the other thing was that we were looking at this more for retrofitting, and we find it hard because they had a limitation in which they can only act on the first third of the blade, which is usually where there's no faults expected. So it was really hard for us after like 6 months of discussions with them to do something. So yeah, that's our experience with them.
The first third
of the blade.
Oh, okay.
Why they cannot detect the loss?
I don't know the details, to be honest. We can then provide some more additional information, but at the time they had some limitations.
Alright, if you look at some of the destroyed wind turbines, the first third of the blade is still there, and the other bits are gone.
It's well monitored and well managed.
No, well, again, there's a bit of inconsistency in what you said, so is that, have they changed since, that may be different?
Would you be willing to share your finding with everybody?
We can ask the team to then, if someone is interested, we can promote a meeting with our expert from the subject.
Now I see Caroline there, so I think we have 4 more, but we'll have also time in the afternoon to do the other door. You insist in doing the next 4? Who wants to do them right now?
Fresh in your mind.
Fresh in your mind. That's gonna be so many. Okay. The first one of that batch is Rewind. I think the best pitch so far. Jerry and ESB showed initial interest. What did you think in general?
It's a top score for us because we have to get, and we're making bus shelters and shit out of them. We got to do something different, so.
Okay.
Not just because it's an Irish guy.
Yeah, he's Irish. No. Who would have known? But
we also like them. It's not on our top priority right now. We like them. I think it's also one of those that could be a good opportunity for a multi-utility approach, as each one of us its own assets. So we could try some assets and see how it goes. But I think this one could be a good opportunity for that as well.
We're having a lamp in our blades in Portugal.
Yeah, super interested.
Yeah.
Parkwind was a subsidiary in Belgium. They're already working with me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And we have a partnership with Ørsted as well. They're working with Ørsted, so that's good.
Okay. Right, great input. Thank you. Second, Mayak, Finnish startup, EDP and ESB, engine like startup.
Similar to Mayak, similar to Multinano. Again, though with some differences. It looks like it's more multi-nano, more easier to pilot in the sense that it's a small solution, easy to test in some equipment. This one looked something a bit more harder to pilot, at least, or more resource demanding. But the topic is still interesting.
Probably less advanced, right? Because they only manufactured 14 units.
They look less advanced, but more, their expertise seems to be in certain types of transformers rather than others. So I think they are a bit more niche. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't be working with them anyway. Okay. Okay, then came, check the startup Neuron Soundware. Jera had a little button, CLP and ESP interested. I remember, is this a startup Yun had like an iffy relationship with? Although they valued the relationship with Mark and you guys, so what do you guys think in general of Neuron?
Something to explore on our side. Yeah.
Any further exploration?
Same here.
Neuron?
Yeah, we have some questions on the use case. Can it be used to monitor switchgear and instrument transformers? We've had some catastrophic failures, so can we apply to that?
Yeah, we like it, and we can consider a lot of use case in that, and some components or things offshore wind.
Okay.
Their methodology is very unique. We already have a normal detection.
Yeah.
It's already utilized and it's already working. Their way of using the sounds for detecting any kind of anomaly is unique.
Yeah. So you still use You use it?
No, we use similar, using other systems. Their sensors using capturing the sounds wave, analyze it and try to detect kind of diversions. It's quite unique.
Okay. The way it was presented though, it seemed to me that they were or could be using a set of different sensors, so including, tonometers, but also vibration and all that, but,
Right. But we are considering, if things going well, we are considering it for integration with our current system.
Okay, so as an add-on, complementary what you have.
Right.
Okay.
To share from Ian's perspective, so we already have a pilot project with them, and that, as already mentioned during the selection meeting, it went so well. There were some operational problems with the team, communication was quite hard to get them on the phone and things like that. And he mentioned one of the issues, these some animals, biting the cable and stuff that actually happened on all sides, and so they didn't work so well. And then basically followed by these kind of issues, there were some communication hiccups. What I would propose is that probably I can get back to our colleagues who manage that project on the ground to share a bit more detailed insights. Because I see quite some interest here in the round, and we don't want to be the showstoppers, just to share that.
You could be sitting on a
as well. Probably it would be also worthwhile, so you don't waste your time and money and resources.
Is it currently happening?
It's still kind of running, or probably already stopped.
Already stopped.
Something in between. Yeah. The tendency is we will not continue working with them. That's the message I can already share.
Right.
Last one.
Are we still live?
Oh, sorry.
Are we still live feeding?
No. I mean, it's not recording, but no, we're not doing that.
It's not because of the technology, it's because of
the team
relationship, communication.
Yeah, there were some issues like that. It didn't work at the beginning. Yeah, and then there were some outages of the sensor technology. The connection was not there, and these kind of hiccups. But really, very clear. I don't have. Okay. I'm not so much in the details. But happy to send around the people that can get it probably by end of this week.
Thanks. Okay, yes, I'm getting a lot of signs. Synergi, that's the last one. I think Young also showed interest. Quick comments.
Yeah, interesting one. Still interesting one. Still some question marks. I was the answer on the customer engagement piece was a bit weak in my eyes. It was still not really clear how they engage their customers.
Yeah, that's what we want to know more about. That part.
It feels like there are different solutions in the market which promise we can manage all that. We can provide you flexibility. The key thing in the whole game is to engage with the customer. Instead of the customer is using it.
Yeah.
So that the answer was not really great. They provided, but we will have a look on them during the program. But we most probably not vote for them to go forward.
Also, it sounded like it's only really worked when there's agile tariffs, which is not the case everywhere. So it's got to work where there's no agile tariffs, but the retailer is still very exposed to volatility.
So we're moving in the direction that these kind of tariffs might come in the nearer future in Germany, and we should be prepared and ready for this. So it might make sense to test in some test environment these kinds of solutions right now, but as said, the customers are a tricky thing.
Yeah, we're very interested if we could figure out how they onboard people, because we don't know where our flexibility assets are across the network. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Good thing we did it. Run, break, lunch break. Break.
Yes, we're at the first day and next presentation starts. We don't have that much time.